Good morning, everybody. I'll call the Friday, November 28th, 2025 regular council meeting to order for the purpose of continuation of budget deliberations. We'll start with our land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize that we stand upon land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. The City honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. All right, we have a fairly lengthy agenda today, but I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Randawa, do you want to do it? Oh, Councillor Blizzard. Oh, there we go. Councillor Randawa, yours is on.
I move that we adopt the agenda as presented and distributed.
Thank you. Is there any amendments? Not seeing any. I'll close the motion. And that is carried. So this morning we're going to do things just a little bit out of order. Councillor Ketcher is attending an Aero Utilities meeting this morning and is expected around noon. So we will just go through the list of items that have not been requested by Councillor Ketcher, and we'll go from there. So we're actually going to start with item 4.5, Project 26013, Enterprise Resource Planning Modernization and Implementation. Councillor Randawa.
Just sorry to interrupt to the mayor. You skipped over the city manager's opening remarks here. I've been practicing for days. I'm just kidding. I haven't practiced anything
Apologies,
at all.
Mr. Fleming.
No,
you go ahead.
I just want to. I wouldn't have interrupted if there wasn't one little thing, but the administration has provided a series of responses back to all of the information requests. It's typical at this point in time. Is there any questions or comments from council on the information requests that were provided back? I think there was, I can't remember in total, about 20 or 25 of them. So we just want to give council that chance if you have anything on the information requests that you want to put out now.
If there's nothing right now, once we get done the flags, if something comes up for you, you can also address it at that time as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Not seeing any. On 4.5, Councillor Randawa, did you want to start us off on that one?
Wow, fun.
Go ahead.
Get to start things off. That's always fun. I did have a motion that I'd been working on with administration on this. Do I need to read that out from my side, or do you guys have fresh copies laying around somewhere? Okay.
All right, they'll put it up on the screen and then you can read it in.
You're really building the suspense for me. That's good. Oh, great. I think that is the one. So let me read that in and then I can speak to it and so forth. So I'll move that administration provide triannual updates for the ERP modernization project through the term of the project, and that the updates include information on project milestones, risks, mitigation strategies, including but not limited to the inclusion of AI compatibility in the city's ERP system, the scalability of potential ERP software solutions, validation of the city's ERP needs, change management strategies, etc.
I'll accept the motion. Just to administration, did we want a time frame on that, or I guess it's just ongoing?
Be ongoing, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. You can speak to it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Speaking in favor of this, being a new councillor, there's a lot of things that I guess have been approved previously and so forth that are kind of still a part of this project. This is a major project for our city, upwards of $5 million. And these things are extremely complex. They come with a lot of risks when you update the ERPs of any organization. You've seen other organizations, whether they're cities, municipalities, governments, or even in corporate sector. These things have a lot of risks. There's a lot that can go wrong. There's a lot that can go in overruns. I think this project is at a point where stalling it or doing anything else would incur further costs to our organization, a further strain on our administration that's a part of this. But I feel continuing to have council's attention on this as we go forward is going to be really important to make sure this is a success, that our staff doesn't incur too much pain and suffering as all this changes, and that we can continue to move forward as an organization in a positive manner. So as someone that's coming in new, I feel like this strikes the balance in between, really changing anything that we're doing, but still kind of continuing forward with the past council's decision while keeping an eye on it. So that's what I'm looking to just continue to keep our eyes on this project as we go forward.
Thank you very much. I guess my first question would be to administration. I don't, in theory, have any problems with this request. I'm assuming a good time for us to get those updates is just during the triannual financial update. But is there, I guess, any negative impact to the city to providing these that maybe we don't understand? Ms. Bijaya?
Thank you, Mayor Macon. No, administration feels that a triennial report back to council is probably a worthwhile practice. We had been reporting at least twice yearly on the project, and it is a significant project and there are a lot of details. So administration has no concerns.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, my question is similar. So triennial reporting, like twice a year is what's happening. That's what I remember. So I guess that does answer my question. This is going to be, sorry, just to confirm, this is going to be part of our triennial report then, and not a separate presentation to council. I'm just trying to see what we'll be looking at in terms of additional reports back to council.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, we'll make every effort to ensure that we can include the updates with the triennial report, just the nature of the project. If something changes in a project timeline and we need to bring one of the reports sooner, we of course would do that. But generally, we would make every effort to bring it in alignment with the triennials.
Okay, thank you.
Not seeing anything else. Councillor Randhawa, would you like to close?
No, I think
Oh,
all right.
there you go. Sorry.
No, thank you very much. No, I've made all the comments I wanted to before. I think this is going to allow council to stay on top of an important project that involves a lot of risks and so forth, and it allows us to be a part of that process while also looking forward at how something like this can be a part of our broader strategy with AI and so forth as we go forward. So hope to get your support and move on from there.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion that administration provide tri-annual updates for the enterprise resource planning as presented. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. All right. We'll move to 4.7, transit fees and charges. Councillor Nguyen?
So with this flag, I'm going to look for some input from administration instead of making a large email thread with questions to different departments. I thought that this would be an appropriate time to discuss the flag and perhaps draft a motion with the intent that I have behind flagging this, or that came about. So I did want to ask, and this could be a planning and transit question, but just hold on until I read it. Our transportation master plan has priorities identified that include bus route accommodations. One question that occurred to me in researching this and looking at how the transportation master plan will affect transit routes is with the current relevance of street-oriented housing types on arterial and collection roadways. How does this not, in effect, oppose the utilization of these roadways for transit routes? So I'm looking for a comment on where we're at from a planning standpoint with the overarching transportation master plan and its applicability to future transit route priorities. That could be about 10 people out there.
To the Mayor, to Councillor Nguyen, in terms of the link between transit and the transportation master plan, I believe there's some generalities that talks about transit routes and things like that. But overall, when we look at future development, we look at basically ASP and SPs and what comes up in terms of transportation corridor through these plans that are developed by our developers. And we look at the possibilities of including transit into those. In general, when you look at an ASP that is about a few hectares there, a quarter sections, you're looking at about 800 meters by 800 meters type of section of lands. And sometimes you will see some routes that cross this, all right? Sometime across. It's something we've seen a lot. So that gives you the 400 meters that is required in order to meet some of our service level for people to walk about 5 meters. But that's kind of like how we look at it, and maybe Lindsay can comment a little bit more, and then Mr. Schaefer can comment on the transportation master plan as well.
Yeah, and that'd be great because I have that flagged as well, and this kind of ties into the topic. So if I can just add maybe for comment on your end, I'm trying to, in my own mind, rationalize the integration of this master plan with its utilization in transit route planning. So like, why are we doing separate work through transit if we're accommodating certain type of developments, and we've already seen like the new ASP open up, and these roadways are fairly set as they are right now.
To the Mayor, to Councillor Nguyen, the work that we have done in 2024 for transit was to really look at the service itself. Are we achieving what we're supposed to be achieving? Is there any issues with our services, and how can we correct that? And how do we set transit for growth as we are also getting new land on the south side, especially with, but that was the purpose of that, not really on a transportation point of view, like the type of roads and things like that, but mainly on how can we basically improve our transit services, because we know we have some lacks in the transit service. Lindsay maybe she wrote the report, so she can say a little bit more about the approach.
Thanks.
Yes, through Mayor Macon to Councillor Nguyen, we do work closely with the planning and engineering departments when looking at future service requirements. So typically in the industry, a transit master plan it exists separately from an overall transportation master plan, but they do work together to complement each other. But transit master plans or transit reviews tend to focus more on the service on the road rather than the infrastructure on the road itself. So we do work with planning and engineering, though, to ensure that the future developments are conducive to future transit service. And through planning, we work with the developers as well to locate future bus stop requirements, ensuring that collector roads are built so that service can eventually come through and bus stops can be installed. So yeah, the review that we conducted a couple years ago focused on how we provide the service, and not so much what the built form is, but on the service itself and service levels.
Okay. And on that comment, then why would you not take into heavy consideration built form? Because we're seeing this as a proposal being embedded in our MDP. So I'm thinking of the street oriented developments that we have right now, and how they're going to affect transit routes as they are collector arterial roadways. I forget which, but yeah. So how does this really play into the design of our roadways, and if we're going to be able to use transit, or how it's going to be able to use there? I know it's kind of a big picture question, but
Yes,
any of those can probably be a significant risk, I suppose, is what I'm saying.
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen. Yes, we do definitely look at how the developments are designed and where collector roads, where local roads are, what the uses are going to be, whether or not it's medium, high densities. And we do look at that when we are planning service. And through the, as Director Richard mentioned, through the ASP and the NSP processes, we do provide comments in there to ensure that when we are locating nodes or when we are looking at collector road locations, that we can plan a transit service around that. But we are just one of the many users of the roadways within a development, so we work with other uses as well. So the built form is we provide comments on it to ensure that transit service will be able to be operated in the area in the future.
To the mayor, through the mayor to the councillor. Street-oriented development is generally considered to be more supportive of transit use. Individuals who live in the home can get to a stop quicker because they don't have to walk around the block in order to get to the collector or arterial street, which is typically where the transit routes run. So that is one of the reasons why the MDP supports street-oriented development on collector and arterial roads.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Is it fair to say that when we do transit route planning, we look at arterial and collector roads as the primary benefactor of transit service delivery? I'm not sure where this is going. I don't think it's inappropriate to ask the question, but it would appear to me that we have transportation planning well thought out and well integrated into everything we do. And from what I've seen thus far, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, what we've done in terms of looking at future transit use is basically to look at how neighborhoods are going to build out and where ultimately people will reside and where they need to get to. Is that not a fair statement?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Harris, that's definitely correct. We definitely plan for transit routes on arterials and collectors, but we also look at the local roads as well and the pathway connections to make sure that people, regardless of where they live within a neighborhood, can get as close access to transit as possible.
Yeah, well, and so what I'm trying to understand, it sounds to me like our administration has both normal transportation planning and transit planning well in hand, and they're integrated in relation to looking at our future development in our community. So I'm not sure where the councillor is coming from with this motion, other than to be assured that our administration is doing a good job of looking at how we're going to integrate transit into our future built context in our community. And if that's what what he's trying to accomplish, then that's great. But I'm a little bit confused as to really kind of where we're going with this. So I just need some clarification from that standpoint, because I think our administration is doing a good job.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen, do you have a motion?
I'm not going to make a motion right now, but and I appreciate this information, because when I was reading it through and looking at the big picture of transit and transportation master plans, I had some further questions, and at this point I don't have a motion that I have prepared to any effect. So that should kind of put the, and I appreciate the further answers to the questions, as I did miss a half a day of due to Water Commission meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. And there's always the opportunity to put on a motion later if you do decide. Next, we'll move to 4.8, Veterans Way Functional Planning Study. Also, Councillor Nguyen. No, that's okay. Not a problem. Just turn on your mic when you're ready.
Okay, so I'll give, this is the Veterans Way feasibility study, correct?
Veterans Way functional planning.
Or functional planning study. So according to our priority-based budgeting, the grid matrices kind of scored all over the map for the priority of this project for this section of roadway. What is before us for the functional planning study is a mile-long section of roadway that has currently undeveloped adjacent land. There are ASPs in these areas that have been started, so in due course we will see development. I believe we have currently, and maybe Janelle could answer this, we have 5 phases, or Grant, thanks, 5 phases of Veterans Way that are planned for. And I was doing the timeline of what years we're going to be potentially starting, according to our 10-year capital plan, Veterans Way widening as we push phase 1 to 2029. So I guess first question would be just to clarify the phases and the years that are currently planned. And then I do have a motion prepared as well from there, just according to a bit further information.
Through the mayor to Councillor Noyan, I believe you're correct. 2029, I think, is phase 1 right now in the plan, and it is a 5-phase approach. So that's what you're.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, simple. And so the section of roadway that we're talking about for this this particular study in the budget is from Southridge Boulevard to Township Road 542. Given the timeline that we currently have for phasing in Veterans Way widening, when do you think that might actually happen?
Through the mayor, Councillor Noyan, my assumption is probably going to be slotted in kind of right after the first 5 phases, kind of that timeline in terms of actual construction.
Right. So for the applicability of this budgetary request would be at the year 2035, 2034.
Your Worship, Councillor Noyan, I don't agree with that statement.
Okay.
The intent of doing it now is making sure that we don't miss the opportunity to get right of way if we need it. So the functional planning study will look at how the road gets widened. It'll look at a high level at the drainage requirements, which then feeds into how much right of way is needed to actually build the roadway, build the intersections that are going to be built along the way, so that as the ASPs get developed, that information can be given to the developers. They can plan for that, whether it's no more right of way, whether it's 5 more meters we need, or 10, or whatever is needed in certain areas. So that's planned and secured by the city ahead of any development that might get in there. So that's the intent behind doing this now, is to make sure we get there before development happens.
And do you have to present a developer with an engineered plan? Sorry, I'm mixing up the name of this. To be able to secure that right of way, does the city have to provide that document to a developer? Because I can tell you right now, take 5 meters, and right. I mean, out of simplicity, but.
Through the mayor to Councillor Noyan, so the issue is we don't know how much or if we need, for sure. There may be enough room within that right of way that we don't need any, but we may need, at the major intersections, we may need more. So this document will tell us where those locations are and how much you would need at those locations, so that we have certainty to go to the developers. We're not taking more land than we would need, and we're not missing the opportunity to get land if we do need it.
Right, okay. I see a few others have questions as well, so I'm just opening up the flag, and then I do have a motion, so.
Okay, no problem. We'll go to Councillor Harris, and I'll come back to you after we're done.
Grant, so ultimately, we have a fairly wide carriageway in Highway 21. And ultimately speaking, if a developer came in and decided, for instance, on the west side of Highway 21, south of the existing commercial area, if they wanted to actually physically start construction from a development standpoint, we've got a pretty good idea of the configuration, the geometry of any intersection in that area. assuming eventual build out of 6 lanes. Is that a fair statement?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, in a general sense, we do. We know how much room 6 lanes is going to take. You have to do acceleration, deceleration, those kinds of things. The big one is how much grade needs to be adjusted within the ditch system to pick up water, things like that, because that affects your back slopes and your slopes off the highway. So those are the big variables. And then as well, just in terms of how the sequence of planning, the engineering for the specific intersection may not happen till after the planning and the subdivision and everything else is planned out, and that taking that extra 5 meters or 10 if it's needed at an intersection does have that knock-on effect as they move through the neighborhood and could adjust to how they have to plan their subdivisions.
So I fully support the undertaking of this planning framework because it's crucial in terms of long-term development of our right-of-ways. I totally understand that. So in the absence of that, and in the context that we know we're eventually going to go to 6 lanes and we're going to have an appropriate drainage context in that right-of-way, would we not be able to negotiate, in the absence of that, if we hadn't done it, would we not be able to then have a negotiated context discussion with the developer to ensure that they provide us with the right-of-way? In other words, not approve their development until such time as we actually come to agreement on this stuff. That would be my understanding of our ability to do that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, it would be a much more difficult discussion with them to be able to pull anything or timing, things like that. We would have to get them to probably do some of this work anyway to find out, which delays them and everything else.
So you've just underscored the rationale for doing this at this point in time, and to have that in the book so that we can ensure that the developers know well in front of their planning framework that this is required. That's kind of why we do pre-planning, is it not?
That's correct, yes.
Good. Okay, well, I support the project. I think it's good to ask questions about it, but in this context, I think it looks like we've got it pretty well in hand, and if we do that study, ultimately we'll get to where we need to be. And that would be completed in 2026, correct?
It'd be completed through 26. It might leak into 27, but in that range,
okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Not seeing any other questions. Councillor Nguyen, do you have your motion prepared?
Yeah, I do have a motion, and then I'll speak to it. So I'll move that project, or that 32-0074 Veterans Way Functional Planning Study be removed from the budget 2026 and added to budget 2027.
Legislative Services, do you have that motion? Okay. While they're bringing up, you can go ahead and speak in favor of it.
And I do agree that there is a lot of merit to doing this functional planning study, and it's going to need to be done. The reality is that the funding source is Municipal Operating Projects Reserve, which has to be replenished, and furthermore, that current development in these 2 new area structure plans, which are adjacent to the section of roadway, by the feasibility study, or that is subject of the feasibility study, are half a mile away from any type of residential or commercial development along that corridor right now. So given that the actual work to widen this section of highway would be done in 9 to 10 years from now, I see this as an opportunity to, and this is only a deferral of costs for this study, but an opportunity to realize savings in our current operational budget.
Thank you very much. Is that the correct motion, Councillor Nguyen? Just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. It's a very simple motion, so.
Perfect. All right. I'll start with Councillor Harris.
Well, I understand what Councillor Nguyen's attempting to accomplish, because ultimately we have a very tight budget here. But Grant, is this just not kicking the project down the road? And then does that add to the complexity of your planning in 2027 beyond? Or is it better to do it in 2026 to achieve the planning context that we require?
Through the Mayor to Council Harris, we're recommending to do it as early as we can. The Point of Pins ASP is adjacent to the highway and is the first one kind of coming through. Other landowners along that corridor have also expressed some interest. I'm not sure how serious they are at this point, but they're looking for what the parameters are going to have to develop under are, and this just helps them provide that information.
Yeah, thanks, Ren. Well, I appreciate what Councillor Nguyen is attempting to do, because we do have a tight budget. There's no question about it. I'm not sure if this type of planning study should be deferred for even a year. So I can't support the recommendation in that context. We do have some other areas that I think we can make some significant impact on the scope of the proposed budget increase and the tax impact for 2026. So I can't support it on that basis. I understand, but I can't. We have to get going with things.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Blizzard.
I'm not going to support this motion. I agree that it should be done sooner rather than later. We've seen development come in pretty darn quick. Roseburn is going ahead, and we want to make sure that we have enough space on the highway for a future pedestrian underpass, lights, intersections. We don't know where they're all going, and as you said with the grade, it's important to make sure we may need a little bit of extra space. If we delay it, something could come before us in the next year to get in the way of saving the land. So I think it needs to be done now.
Thank you very much. I'll just insert myself in the rotation. I'm not going to support the motion, but from a slightly different perspective is just that I think that we really still need to be advocating for provincial support on this project. And with phase one, I think that we are in a good position with timing to be able to start that strong advocacy and work towards it. And if we have the full project done from phase one to phase 6, then that also positions us to advocate for even some ongoing funding from the province on this project. So it's my hope to have all of that information as we work with the province to try to get some support. I think that's it for me. I'll go to Councillor Randawa.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And thanks to Councillor Nguyen for putting this forward. I have a few questions for you, Grant, if that's okay. So I know there's a lot of talk about a tough budget. What is the tax impact of this being deferred? Because it's from reserves, is it no direct tax impact?
Defer to finance on that.
Through to the mayor, to council. It does have a tax impact at the end of the day, whether it's from reserves or from taxes.
Oh, I'm totally with you. Like a tax dollar is a tax dollar, but this 300,000 is coming from a project's reserve, so this does not make up the 10.5%
This
tax
project,
increase.
are you talking about the functional study, or
yes.
the functional study is coming from municipal operating projects reserve?
Okay.
Which is flagged down the road here.
So through the mayor, because I vividly remember this being a thing in your first term of office, you can eliminate the project, but the reserve, the municipal operating reserve has I think it's a $950,000 funding amount that's recommended in the budget. So eliminating the project does not reduce the contribution, the ongoing contribution into the municipal projects reserve. But to Ms. Andruko's point, that's been flagged for later.
Yes.
So you could delete the project now and then reduce the funding contribution later, and that creates a property tax, a positive property tax impact.
Gotcha. Okay. And then I've heard comments about this whole Veterans Way project being that if we were to have significant industrial projects go ahead over the coming years, that would have direct impacts or delays on Veterans Way. Is there merit to that? Is there not? Help me understand.
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, so there's, I guess, two sides to that. The first is we try to avoid a major construction disruption on the highway during a major construction event. Just it causes more traffic issues and things like that, obviously. The other side of it is as those projects get built and developed, the need for the widening gets greater and greater, at some point you just have to move forward with it to be able to alleviate some of the pressures. So it's a chicken and egg a little bit, which comes first, but at some point, we're the 2029 time frame, we're going to have to move, that's really slotted to where we need to move forward. We're already seeing a lot of pressures on there that is construction related, but post construction, this project, you still have the operating of those investments, and then hopefully more. So there's always going to be some overlap, but the idea is to try and miss the biggest ones, but try and get the work done so that it can support them.
Got you. And my last question is, we talk a lot about advocating for provincial support in this project. It's a very large dollar amount to the city if this were to go ahead completely and be built. Does having this done actually help us go out to the province and advocate for support?
Through the mayor and Councillor Randall, I think it does, because it gives another level of cost certainty. We're one step closer to this is how much it costs today. It's not a class 5 estimate now, it's a class 4, class 3. We moved it up a little bit further. We know more details to what happens. It helps inform some of the levy discussions with the developers as well when we're talking about the pedestrian crossings, if we can include those back in, those kinds of things. Okay.
Thanks for the information. I guess based on that, I understand the intent from Councillor Nguyen. What I would say, though, is I think this is something that has to go ahead. We at least need to start having that discussion with our provincial counterparts. I think we as a council need to have more serious discussions about what we want to see with Veterans Way, and the only way we can do that is if we have the facts, we have the documents in front of us, we have the studies done, and I think that's going to help facilitate the right discussions going forward. So where this all goes, I'm not too sure, but I think we need to have that debate in the future, and I think this is going to start that. So thank you.
Councillor Wesley.
Hi, Grant. Very simple question. Is there like a limited shelf life on this particular study? And what way I say that is, I in my limited experience, I've seen that widening project sort of get bumped and bumped and bumped and bumped. And should this one get bumped maybe a few more years past 2029 or whatever, would this study still be pretty relevant moving forward over a longer period of time?
Through Mayor Macon and Councillor Wesley, this is still very early in the design process for this study. We get it one step closer, but it's still very early. So the shelf life is that much longer in terms of it doesn't get into such detail that if a intersection moves 20 meters, it completely throws it out. You could end up with some major piece of infrastructure the province builds that changes things, but that's always a risk, I guess.
But if we do this now, and the project gets delayed to 2032 or something like that, what the work that you will have done in 2026 will still be relevant and useful?
Through the Mayor and Councillor Wesley, that's fair to say. It would be the basis of that next phase of the design, yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Grant.
Councillor Nguyen to close.
I don't mind, but vote against my own motion. There's some good arguments, but yeah, this is something that I'm not extremely passionate about moving. It was an idea, and there would have been subsequent motion to alter the municipal operating reserves accordingly. So there absolutely is merit to what our mayor is saying. The optic from the provincial government, if they are going to consider grant funding for our very well used industrial corridor here going right through Fort Saskatchewan, it would be appreciated if they saw it in a light that is a big priority for our municipality. I do have similar concerns to what Councillor Wesley was mentioning about when the work is actually going to be happening, as opposed to when we are funding further engineering reports. I went back and looked at the 2018 ISL engineering report, which has to do with transportation and transit corridors throughout our entire city. So that has a lot of really good information, and our population has only grown, I think, about 4,000 people since that was done. So there are elements of that report that I thought could be pulled out. The right-of-way, I understand the need for the technicality or the technical understanding of it from a developer's point of view. review if they are interested in going ahead with work along that corridor. So I do appreciate council's consideration for this motion, and yes, circling back, it is a higher than normal taxation year, and this is type of methodology that I came to since we have deferred this capital project a few times already, and thought about the big picture of provincial government funding and how much the city would be spending in all this phasing approach to the overall project of Veterans Way widening. So I'll just leave that on close and be done. Yep.
Thank you. I'll close the motion that recommendation 320074, Veterans Way Functional Planning Study, be deferred to 2027 operating budget. Please cast your vote. And that is defeated. Anything else on Veterans Way Functional Planning Study? Not seeing anything else.
So we may ask a quick question on that.
Yeah. After Grant ran away.
That's good. That's probably for Mr. Fleming, so you keep running. I guess a question, Troy, is that are we going to have to formalize something as a council of how we want to go to the province in regards to, getting support for this project? Like, it's like $30-something million, like massive amount for our community. Does that have to kind of come through council at some point? Will this report now make that a part of something that comes forward? Help me.
Yeah, the functional planning study will definitely help along the way. It is our intent to have a conversation with council at some point early in the new year about formalizing our advocacy priorities and get council's agreement on that. So when we're out and about, we've got a common message and some goals that we're trying to set. So we are going to talk, and this one will be on the list. So I think that conversation is coming to council for sure in the first half of the new year. And I would also recommend getting that as an advocacy priority into the strategic plan as well. So we're on it. And I know Mayor Macon, we've been talking to her about, if you're bumping into MLAs or ministers, that's generally the first thing that we have been talking about. So
awesome. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You turned off your mic. Councillor Andawa, you were up next. 4.9, Economic Development Operating Budget.
Fantastic.
Aaron Brush Duncan,
Hi,
back
Aaron.
to the stage.
I know it's always fun when council flags an entire department. I had a motion kind of prepared for this. Would I be able to have that one flashed up?
Just give them a second. All right. Do you want to read your motion in?
Yeah. So I move that by the end of the first quarter of 2026, administration provide a report with economic development strategies for attracting commercial development in the city and for supporting downtown enhancements. And that report include potential options, considerations, and costs related to achieving these two objectives.
Thank you very much. I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah. I think when this department came forward, council had a really good discussion on, what are we doing for commercial? What are we doing for the downtown? I appreciate that wasn't really directly a part of the budget request that came forward for economic development. However, I think that discussion and the start of that discussion by council as a body needs to continue into the new year. And I think this motion is going to help facilitate that as it comes forward to us, and that, how do we as a council envision supporting economic development on commercial and or downtown enhancement. I think in the past there's been, a variety of things the city's done with a variety of levels of outcome those have produced, and I think we need to have that discussion of what we want to do going forward. I know when I was campaigning just about a month or two ago, things people would always tell me is, why aren't we doing more for the downtown? And, why does every plaza have a pot store, liquor store, and I forget what the third one was. Oh, pizza, yeah, the pizza. And that is a comment I've heard time and time again. Whether city council can do a whole lot in attracting commercial beyond having a a growing city, low taxes, friendly permitting, so forth like that. I think that is a discussion that needs to be had, and I think this is going to start to allow us to have that discussion without adding things to this budget where we're already under a lot of pressures. So that's why I want to have this discussion going forward, and look forward to the comments.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing anyone click in. Okay, there they come. But I'll just make the comment. I believe I'll support the motion. I'll listen to the other comments of council, obviously, before I make my decision. I know that the city has, the strategy has been to put our economic development resources into our industrial side. That does bring in, we're talking about tax increases in the millions, rather than in the tens of 20s when we're talking about commercial development. But I do agree that it is something that we hear a lot about on council, not that we necessarily have the control, right? I tell people, we don't, if the 18th pizza place thinks it's a great investment, then we don't really have the ability to stop that. But is there something more that we can do to attract? And you do make good points on what we already do in the city. I do think it is a good place to do business in. So I'd be interested to see where we could put some resources into achieving something that I think that the community is looking for. So I will go to, if I push the right button, sorry, Councillor Blizzard.
Yeah, I'll support this motion. I think it ties in with what I asked for, which was a history of what we've done downtown. And I appreciate the information that we got, although it was without the dollar amounts. But I think, we do need a strategy. And what can we do for the city as a whole, for the downtown specifically? And are we able to do some stuff? I mean, we can make all kinds of incentives, but that doesn't bring the businesses. They have to want to come, but we can make it attractive. And are we doing too much sometimes? So I think this is a good thing to look at for council. Thanks.
Councillor Nguyen. Oh, sorry. Can you put on, Councillor Nguyen, can you put your mic back on? There you go.
Like me. So we've seen in the last term of council substantial work that has been done through the Downtown Action Plan. We've seen that 2-year position close out, and we've seen reports back to council on the developments that have happened. We've seen the beautification of downtown, I'm not sure what the kind of temporary patios were called and things like that. But so economic development, from what I've seen, has done quite a bit and has invested in a lot of strategic ways that has supported, retention and maybe a growing customer base and interest and intrigue for our downtown area. I'll commend the work that you've done, Aaron, because I've seen that materialize in a lot of different ways. Council has also approved some residential and commercial tax exemption programs through economic development that have been able to garner interest at the very least, and some success stories in downtown development and investment in new areas. So I do struggle with this motion and bringing it back right away when we've just gone through the process of doing this type of work. And I think there is evidence of success that has come from this work and investment from the city. So I feel what I guess I'm saying is I feel like we have this information like to date at the present of what has been accomplished already, and therefore it's difficult for me, having gone through that process in the last 4 years, to see what we can do further right now that would really aid some strategic objectives in these areas.
Councillor Harris.
I'm kind of a similar mindset. I think we have studied the downtown to its end, and we have implemented some very important elements to try to make downtown a place where people want to come. I think the biggest challenge, though, is downtowns thrive when they have populations to draw from. And I think that the steps that we've taken to see what's happened on the old mall property in terms of infill and the potential, if we can get the old hospital property sold, get that thing finished, I think that will bring population into our downtown core that will ultimately help significantly to achieve that. I think what you're trying to accomplish, Councillor Randauer, makes a lot of sense, but I think we've got a lot of those pieces. So, Aaron, in terms of taking what we already have, can you craft that into something that's an update report for council from a strategic context in terms of where have we been, where are we, and where are we going in relation to downtown? Do you have a lot of those pieces, and how easy would this be to actually accommodate on top of everything else your department is doing without having to add additional resources, which I don't support?
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Harris, we are planning on presenting kind of a wrap-up of what's been accomplished in both the Downtown Action Plan and Downtown Development Strategy, probably in Q2 of 2026, so that you can see the work that we've been doing and then how that work would continue with the resources that we have available.
Yeah, so I guess the question I have to Councillor Randauer, would that kind of suffice in relation to, because I see what you're trying to accomplish. I'm not sure if we've already done that. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you for the question, Councillor Harris. I think that's one side of the equation, like wrapping it up and understanding, you know, what went well and key learnings and so forth and all that. I want to kind of talk about the next side of the equation, which is like, so where do we go from here? Like, do we want to continue doubling down on things? Do we want to provide resources and other untapped opportunities with the downtown and so forth? I don't know what that looks like personally, but I want to at least have that discussion of, do we want to support another position in this department so that we can go after commercial in downtown? Do we want to support the 12th study of downtown enhancement? I don't know, but I at least want to have those discussions because I hear time and time again, people want us to continue to invest in the downtown. I know we as a council, when you look at our capital projects, they're all about as far away from the downtown as possible. And for some of them, that's just the nature of where they have to go. But what can we continue to do there? And I hope this will help us at least have that discussion. I don't know if that answered.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, how much effort is this going to take your department without adding additional resources? Can you resource this within your available staffing to ultimately bring something that's cogent enough that ultimately we can have the discussion that Councillor Randauer is attempting to accomplish?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Harris, I'm not entirely certain. I'm understanding your question, but the report, which shows kind of like what we've done and what we would be continuing to do with existing resources, will be presented in probably Q2. If the discussion is larger than that, and you know, what can we start doing with commercial attraction and things like that, I would need to take a look at our work plan and see how things can be integrated.
So the question is, if this resolution passes, will that help or hinder where you're going relative to what the resources you have to achieve positive economic development strategies going forward?
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Harris, we would be able to with our current resources, provide this report and information for discussion in Q1 per the motion.
Okay, so you don't have to go out and bring in consulting resources or temporary staff. You've got enough background documents and information to frame it appropriately.
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Harris, we would be able to respond to this motion without requiring additional resources.
Okay, well, I think that's crucial because anytime we ask for a report, it has an impact on our administration. So if you can accomplish it, I can support it in that context.
Okay. Councillor Wesley.
Hi, I guess I have mostly a process-oriented question I'm trying to get my head wrapped around. And it may not be a you question, Aaron. How is this a budgetary item? Like we're talking about the operating budget, and I'm struggling to see how this is part of the operating budget. Maybe Troy, you could help me out with a tutorial.
Yeah, through the mayor, I think that it's probably nothing in writing or policy on this, but I would just describe it as historical practice around here, that the budget is one of those moments throughout the course of a council term where council sort of takes a bigger picture view of the city. So you're here to talk about dollars and programs, but like really the budget is really just assigning dollars towards council's priorities and programs and services. I always try to think of how can we do a better job of getting council to focus on the outcomes and the programs and services as opposed to just the dollars. But ultimately, when you sit down and talk about budget, you end up talking about dollars anyway. So this kind of a motion I don't think has been uncommon. It'll like council will go through it and say, you know, there's something here. We either want to deal with it now or let's make it a priority at some point in the new year. So I'd say in every given budget process, we probably see 2 or 3 or 4 of these things will come out of budget. I mean, even through the course of the last few days, we've been talking about policies that need to get updated. And so the budget often tends to really shape the work plan of administration through the coming year. And I think this is really just saying that council wants to direct a specific thing to happen. So this isn't directly related to budget, but it is within our historical practice, I would say.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Aaron, now an Aaron question. So the downtown has been, it appears to me, looking at your very extensive history lesson there, very extensively studied. What do you think the probability is that you will come up with a new initiative to help downtown in the first quarter of 2026?
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Wesley. I think by Q1 of 2026, I more than likely will not have a new strategy. What I would say is when we're looking at kind of what's being asked for here, I would be taking a look at options that we council could consider or administration could consider for both, according to the motion, commercial attraction and downtown, and what resources would be required to do those items. So I would say, you know, we've put a lot of work into downtown and we're seeing some successes, and I would want to see some of those existing programs continue. Some things like the downtown incentives have resulted in, for example, 96 new residential units in downtown, which I think is an incredible success, as well as, you know, the beautification of downtown. So those kinds of supports would continue. So my understanding of this motion would be that we could present different options of things that we could do to integrate more commercial attraction and downtown enhancement work, you know, with different levels of resources within what we currently have, or what resources would be required to increase those service levels, and then let council have that discussion. I think that is my understanding of this motion.
So just so that I have the same understanding as you, because of course I'm not as smart as you are, so I'm going to be like 2 steps behind. Essentially, we're going to sort of recompile and restate a lot of the things we've done before, but just in one particular report.
My understanding is that would be part of this motion, and what things would be continuing forward. You know, again, with our current resources, as well as if those service levels wanted to be expanded, what resources would be required to do so, or what adjustments could be discussed.
Okay, thanks a lot, Aaron.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I'll just make one more comment that might serve the purpose, and we could do this exact thing that you're looking at accomplishing. Maybe it would be good to have this type of motion ready for past when our ECDEV department is just going to be bringing us the report back. We can see and digest what she has as information in there, and then absolutely take the missing links or some objectives that we would like to achieve and go from there. So that's just kind of a thought of mine. Let's see what she brings back and go from there. I'd be happy to do that because this is a topic that has been ongoing for 30 years, I think.
For clarity, through Mayor Macon to Councillor Noyan, the report that we will be bringing back for Q2 of 2026 will be downtown specific and will not incorporate anything additional like commercial development or commercial attraction.
Okay. For myself, I am going to support the motion because I do think that just understanding what it would take to enhance our economic development this way would be good information for us to have so that we can make a decision on how we move forward. So I will support the motion. I'm not seeing anybody else. Councillor Randall, oh, yeah.
One last question.
Councillor Noyan?
We're seeing that potential commercial proposals happen. So can you just make large scale commercial proposals? Can you just make a small comment on, really the value that you see in this and as it pertains to maybe council and our development community in general?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Noyan, just to make sure I understand the question, you're asking what economic development thinks about increasing work in commercial attraction?
Yeah, just maybe the merit of the intent of this motion with what we have currently as commercial development interests, thinking on the outside of the downtown thing, and then how important you see that as information for council right now in a timely manner.
Thank you, Mayor Macon to Councillor Noyan. So if it was a desire of council to put more focus on commercial attraction or supporting commercial development, it would allow or economic development would then kind of be doing a shift from more of a reactive approach to more of like a proactive kind of coordinated program. So we would be looking at better understanding kind of the opportunities out there, the data like updating a commercial attraction strategy or a retail gap analysis, things like that, so we understand what is actually going to have success here, and then being more proactive in that. So it's just right now we are very responsive to developers or businesses that are interested, into entrepreneurs, things like that. So we're very responsive and trying to provide as much data and support as we can. But if we wanted to, if it was the desire of council to kind of increase the work being done for commercial, it would just mean that we would be able to be more proactive in doing that as opposed to primarily reactive.
That's a great comment, and thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that info.
Councillor Harris?
Aaron, do we send somebody to the shopping mall conference? I think they have it in Whistler, and quite often shopping malls and that kind of commercial development stuff is really, I know the people in St. Albert send significant resources to that because they see that as a great opportunity to try to influence commercial attraction into their community. They have no industrial. We have heavy industrial. That is a very significant element that helps pay our taxes and provide services. But do you send resources to that particular conference or trade show or whatever it is?
Through you, Mayor Macon to Councillor Harris. That's ICSC in Whistler, and we have in the past, I've attended myself for several years. However, in recent years, when I attended, I didn't see the ROI for our community, and so we made the strategic decision to spend our resources elsewhere, primarily on industrial attraction.
So if this resolution was to pass, then you change your focal point to look at ultimately the commercial element as just strictly heavy industrial, which has been our focus in the past.
Through you, Mayor Macon to Councillor Harris, we would be for this motion, we would be presenting options of ways that we could do additional commercial attraction. So what what that would take. So it could be attending some conferences. I think initially I would suggest attending more cost-effective conferences and trade shows that are maybe a little bit more local, so that just because that is a very expensive conference to attend, and so just for that ROI, I would first look a little bit more locally and see how we can be more proactive here before necessarily investing that amount of money into that.
Thank you.
All right, not seeing any further questions. Councillor Rondeau on close.
Yeah, I think all the comments and debates kind of been had. Thank you to Aaron for answering some of those questions as well. I think this is going to continue the discussion. It's going to give council options of what we want to do when we go forward. I think the previous council, when they, decided to leave some Edmonton Global, that was funding that we used to give to economic development. Can we now look at putting that funding elsewhere? I think these are important conversations. We as a council and a governing body should be, quite involved in how we want to attract businesses and continue to be a vibrant business community. And I think this is going to help us have that discussion.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion that by the end of the first quarter of 2026, administration provide a report with economic development strategies for attracting commercial development in the city. Please cast your vote. And that motion is carried. We're going to take a comfort break. Nobody likes my 5 minutes, so I'll try for 10. 10 would be 10:16. Is that good for everybody? All right. Not 10:17, 10:16. You're going to have a break before lunch is what's going to happen. All right, I will welcome everybody back. Continuing on with budget deliberations, we are on 4.11 Corporate Communications Operating Budget. This one was brought by Councillor Randawa. Oh, no, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I had been working with administration very recently to make a motion. I don't know if they can flash that one up. Not yet? Andrew shook his head like, Jacob? No, not at all.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. It's on the screen there if you want to read that in.
I'll move that the proposed operating budget for the Corporate Communications Department be reduced in the amount of $60,000. Speaking to the motion, I know Councillor Wesley was saying Councillor Randawa needs to have more numbers in his motions, so I wanted to address that head on. But I guess more formally speaking, I think it's a tough budget. We've talked about it a lot. I know there's increases in this department in the range of about 95,000, whether it's increase in inflationary things and so forth. I completely understand the work that the department's doing, and this motion is in no ill intent by any regards, but it's a tough budget. I think for me there's two parts to it. One, we just have to start looking at where can we reduce things, and I think instead of the 95,000 that's being requested, reducing that by 60,000 I think is a reasonable kind of 2/3 midpoint there, and it just starts chipping away at what we have to do. A lot of this is inflationary, I understand, but like increases in videography, printing costs, so forth, I think, these are things that we can kind of cut back a little bit on. And I also would have preferred to have seen this more as in a bulk kind of presentation to council rather than in adjustments in the notes, but that's very much just a personal preference. So I hope by passing this motion, we start to kind of chip away at the work we have to do today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bailey, I guess if you just want to make a comment on impact to your department, obviously if there's a cut, there are things that we won't do in the next year. So where do you see the impact for your department?
Sure, thanks. Through the mayor, I would just start to say that there's been a lot of research on the department's budget, but also the city-wide marketing budget and the health of it. And it shown a big gap. So it's much larger than what we're trying to do here. We have other strategies to try and fill that gap though. So addressing things through inflation and growth was just one strategy. The city right now is kind of very reliant, for example, on social media, and that's just a very not a very healthy marketing and media plan strategy. So part of that is just trying to get into a better media mix, but that's very expensive. So again, this increase doesn't get us all the way there. It just gets us partway there. We're going to have to keep doing other things throughout the year and over the next couple of years to get to a place where we have strong smart media plans that are really effective for things like the commercial attraction that you guys are talking about. So this will just slow us down a little bit, but we do have to keep growing.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, Jesse, I'm just curious here in your last comment there about the media plan and trying not to have so much reliance on social media. Is there a target market that this money would be directed towards that's not reached by social media?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, yes, there's a lot of people that aren't on social, but also just saturating social only isn't very effective in general. So even those who are on social getting our messages, just only seeing it on social isn't as effective as seeing it just in a few other places. However, social is just the most inexpensive platform that we have access to. You can run a monthly campaign for $250, and that's one newspaper ad cost. So as soon as you add one more layer of media onto the plan, prices are growing quickly.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is who precisely would this be targeted towards?
Well, it is split throughout all the different departments, so it depends on the project that we're doing. Some are targeted, some are citywide. Targeted, sometimes we just skip social. We can go direct to direct mail or e-marketing or newspapers or billboards in the community. If it's citywide, etc., we just have to make sure we have a really strong media plan that doesn't rely so much on social media.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jesse.
Councillor Harris?
So what effectively are you going to cut out of your action plan, your budget, your department action plan by losing the $60,000 ask?
I think Rindau, it's through the mayor to Councillor Harris. I think Rindau is just removing the 35, asking to keep 60. But what it does is just make us, again, reliant on social media, the cheapest media options. So it takes us longer to get to a strong media plan. And also just media is one thing, but printing things professionally is something that we're trying to change right now. A lot of stuff has been produced in-house with standard printers, folded, stapled, etc. It's not ideally the look we want. We're a city, we want to look like a city. So we've been pushing certain departments and certain projects to go print things professionally, etc. Again, that just increases costs, but we're trying to manage the standards for the city.
Mr. Bailey, just in case it changes your answer, the motion does read to reduce in the amount of $60,000.
Okay. Yeah, so ultimately you're asking for something and we would give you $60,000 less.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that. Yes, yeah. That is a
so
big cut.
In case you wanted to change how you would change your plan in your department.
And that keeps us in the red quite a bit. I thought, the other way. So we're pretty behind in terms of a healthy marketing budget. So we do need to catch up. It is very important. And that big of a cut would just keep us pretty far behind.
So my question is, can you continue to ensure that the city has appropriate profile to achieve our outcomes that are citywide? We're going to do some certain things where we have to get messages out or we have to get messages in and information in that you guys do from a communication standpoint. Will this render your ability to do that by a significant amount?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Blizzard.
Hi. I heard quite a bit over the last 4 years here and there, and some of it was I saw it on social media, people going, I didn't know this was happening. Why don't I know already? And I think, oh my goodness, I saw it on social media. Mind you, I'm on not just social media. I look at the papers. I get the emails from the city. So I guess the struggle is, how do we reach these people that I don't know where they live in a hole somewhere. They're obviously, even when they're on social media, they're not getting it because some of the complaints were on there. What can we do better? Like, what would this $60,000 be? And I get printing it nicer, but that doesn't mean reaching the people. It looks nicer. But how do we reach them better? Like encourage more email sign up? Still doesn't force them to read it, but...
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, you're correct. There's a strategy to integrate additional media beyond social. Just seeing in many places really does help. So that's one thing. For example, like when I started here, the city had almost zero video assets. Video right now is king for media. Running YouTube, running snippets on Instagram, etc. Even the social media that we are doing is quite limited. It's quite static. So that's why, for example, we've been bringing videographers in to help fill that gap, and it's just ever growing. Like we always need new video and more video, and there's new events. We have to capture those. That's what people really want to see, to book events, to sign up for programs, etc. So we have that big gap. We're filling it, but so those types of things help more people see our messages. It helps departments increase their revenue, all that different stuff.
And your department doesn't just try and toot how great the city is. Do you also help with planning, getting word out when there's a public hearing, when there's a social public engagement, out there? Does your department do some of that?
Oh, absolutely. Through the mayor to Council Blizzard, we do planning, we do research, we sit with departments, strategize, etc. Even at request to economic development, we'll be involved with that one. And then we produce all the work, we execute it, we send it out, and we try to analyze it and report back. So it's a pretty heavy load.
It's quite a bit for you. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. I've got a few more questions. So we don't see you a lot, I don't think, in the scheme of things. But we see what you do, and we see you in budget now. But can you maybe point out any difficulties that your department has had, or maybe like flaws in the communication process that could have been due to lack of funding, or I'm trying to paint an overall picture of where the value, or like if there is any missing components, I guess, in communication with residents in Fort Saskatchewan, and in communications from a marketing standpoint of where Fort Saskatchewan sits in the region and how we're able to show ourselves in a positive light. So can you make a couple comments on kind of where you see the big picture of the value of this work, and maybe the big shortfalls that we have if there are them?
Yep. Through the mayor to Councillor Noyan. The brand review highlighted a lot of those. Some of them were just the work is being siloed in different departments that aren't managed by people who have experience managing marketing projects and dollars. So that's one thing we've changed with the consolidation work. Not only did we consolidate the budgets under the department, we consolidated the oversight of communications throughout it. So instead of acting like consultants for these projects, just answering questions here and there, we're heavily integrated with every department now. So we write their plans, we manage their plans, we take care of everything. That was a big one. When I first started, again, there were certain departments that had very, very small marketing dollars. For example, they had like a $10,000 marketing budget for the entire year. So by the time you produce the materials they need, because we didn't have any in-house creative support, for example, that's all outsourced, that budget's gone, so you have nothing left for media. So you have all these messages, but no way to get it out. That was an issue that we saw, so we've been working on changing the department structure as well. We brought in an in-house designer, so we don't have to outsource so much. And when people need creative assets, they don't have to look at their budget, they just make a request to us and we help them. So there's been a lot of challenges, but I think we've done a good job at addressing it and working with the departments. Departments have been really great. They've been eager for this type of support. They've been needing it, so we've just haven't really been able to do it until lately, so we've been working on that, and the budget gaps are something that does still hold us back.
Right, yeah. For promotional videos, and I've come across them on occasion looking up council meetings, see what happened. Mm-hmm. And you've got great media. How many views does an average video that you publish get for like a promotional video that's being done? Is it in 500,000? Or I mean, I guess like within like about 4 months of releasing it, let's say, I don't know what the benchmarks are in communications, but how many people are actually watching these?
Through the mayor to Councillor Noyan, I don't have an exact answer for you in terms of impressions and views, and it would depend on if we pushed it organically, which means no paid component behind it, or paid. Paying obviously gets way more eyeballs on the product, but video is one of our top performing content pieces. As soon as we put it on social, as soon as we use it as a paid ad versus a static ad, which is just like an image with text, there's no movement or anything, we see much like higher click-through rates and impressions.
And I would like to ask one last question. This is kind of the point of what I was getting back to. Have you really seen like a tangible missed opportunity in this past year, let's say, of any type of communication, outreach, social media, video publishing, where we can say like we have not been able to capture an opportunity because we haven't published something through your department? Let's just say that.
Sure. Yeah, we have definitely seen some improvements in a lot of different areas in terms of awareness, just attendance to certain programs, all the way through just to improve design standards. We have been able to fill gaps. For example, there's departments that didn't even own their own logo or very, very important design pieces of their branding. So we've been able to capture that, flag it, fix those issues, and even just having an in-house designer, for example, has allowed us to save substantial costs on projects right now, and as well as just having an expert at the table when these conversations are happening. Design decisions are being made before those were being made by non-design people. Now we get to have a senior level designer attend those and make sure that things are on brand and consistent and effective.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, just maybe one last question. All those great videos that Patrick has mentioned and that kind of thing, Those are things you've been able to accomplish with your existing budget, though, because you did that in 2025, correct?
Through the councillor to, through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, yes. But we've had to, fill some gaps just to make that happen. So we've reduced certain things, but again, that can only go on for so long.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, thank you. Just before I go to Councillor Andow to close, I'll just remind, especially for the new councillors, that a tie 3-3 would be a defeated motion. You need 4 to pass when we are down a person. Councillor Andawa to close.
It doesn't go into overtime or anything. Thank you very much for the comments and for the information, Mr. Bailey. I completely understand what your department's doing and the rationale for the request. And, in tough budget years, it's unfortunate, we have to make decisions such as these. A couple comments in relation to our discussion here. So my understanding is, regardless of whether this goes through or not, we will still be advertising for zoning changes, legal requirements, and so forth. That will not be impacted by this. I think in this department, we've kind of gone over budget in some points, and that's what this is trying to kind of, in part, catch up on. And I think in general, it's not just in this department. I've seen it now throughout this kind of budget in a few areas, and I mean this in the nicest of ways, but if we are spending more than is budgeted in certain areas, that I don't agree that then it becomes council's obligation to catch up in every single area. I think we need to have broader discussions in those topics rather than just saying we have to catch up. But that is a personal general comment, and nothing in regards to this. I think, this starts a discussion of not only are we decreasing the budget, but how do we want to use our dollars a little better? Video is costing a lot to do. Maybe we don't do it in some sense. Not everybody's on social media. If I go to the YouTube page for our city right now, like the last 9 or 10 videos we've posted on there over the last couple months that all have less than like 100 views. So maybe it's just Councillor Noyan watching some of these. Just kidding. But I understand there's other ways people can view it on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, so forth. And sorry for that joke, Patrick. But I think we just have to see what's the ROI on these things. I hope this starts that discussion. I also think we just need to start chipping away at this budget. So with that, I'll close.
Thank you very much. Please cast your vote. That is a tie, and that is defeated. All right, we're moving on to 4.13, if I have that correct. Utility rates and reserve contributions. Councillor Noyan.
Yeah, I had a conversation with the city manager, and I am going to read in a motion. I'm not sure if it's prepared yet, but there is a motion on ATE smooth. Before you get too excited, Sadie, there is a motion on ATE smoothing that perhaps could be done in the interim if that one isn't prepared yet. There we go.
Yeah, through your worship, that's probably not a bad idea, just because we just need another minute or two to do a calculation here. So
yeah, and that's fair, and it was something that I spoke with the city manager with this morning. So I would make the motion, and this is not utilities, right? So the motion is being drafted or altered right now.
I think it's up to the chair if you want to go out, allow something out of order, or.
So, Councillor Noyan, if I understand correctly, they are drafting the utility motion for you right now, and you want to make a motion on what topic?
This would be a motion that's not pertaining to a flagged item.
So I think we did just get the number. So if you want to give us a moment just to write in a motion, maybe just give us a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Through the mayor, to the mayor and council. So essentially the motion will read as a reduction in the water rates of 21 cents. And what that will effectively do is reduce the amount of money that we're contributing to the reserve by a little bit over $500,000. I believe that meets the intent of Councillor Noyen.
All right, Councillor Noyen, if you want to look at that, if it meets your intent, you can read it in. Oh, sorry, I forgot your mic was off. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in consideration of the utility rates that are being proposed in budget for 2026 and what's really affected what the rate increases are going to look like, I'd like to make this motion so that council has an opportunity to discuss utility rates for all of our residents, as that is a contributor to cost of living. So I will move that the proposed 2026 contribution to the utilities infrastructure and equipment reserve be reduced by $531,455 and the city's water rate be reduced by 21 cents.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak in favor?
Yeah, so admin is recommending in the budget package that we saw the water rate savings be transferred to reserves, and the reason it is going to be transferred to reserves is for capital reserves for future water expenditures and water projects. I am basically proposing a rate savings to the end user to offset the substantial increase to 2026 wastewater rates, and that is the intention behind this motion. This is a one-time initiative for 2026, and I see value in this as this will affect all water consumers in Fort Saskatchewan. I realize that there are pros and cons to this motion, and I'm not going to vehemently argue one way or the other for it. However, this is an opportunity to pass on a rate saving that is being realized by the City of Fort Saskatchewan through proposed budget water rates at a commission level to help smooth increase in other rates. So I'm very open to hearing council's opinions.
Thank you very much. I'll start with Councillor Harris.
I will support this resolution, and I will support it on the basis that I've had a bit of an issue with when I was on the Water Commission last year. We ultimately worked hard to rationalize the water rate that the Water Commission was charging to customers. And I think through my efforts and through the efforts of some of the other board members, we were able to significantly reduce our net cost for water on a per cubic meter basis. And that was not being translated into a lower rate to our consumers, which I personally had some problems with. But at that point in time, I understood kind of what administration was attempting to accomplish. But I think in the face of this particular resolution, I ultimately agree that we should pass on that reduction. And it was a significant reduction. I think it was from like $1.78, $1.80 a cubic meter down to about $1.27, $1.30 thereabouts. That's a significant reduction. And so I think this is a nominal reduction in the water rate, and ultimately I don't think we necessarily have to build up that equipment reserve. Council is going to have a discussion about whether we're going to build our own water line or whether we're going to have the Water Commission do that. That is a discussion we have not had yet, but I suspect we will have it in the not too distant future. We need some certainty in that regard, and that will ultimately determine where we are going to go with water rates in the future. So I'll support your recommendation or resolution, Councillor Noyen.
Councillor Randhawa.
Yeah, a question for administration. How much would this save the average user? I want to say my back of envelope math might not be correct.
Through the mayor to Councillor Randhawa, I actually have a slide that I will display in a minute that shows the change.
Oh, fantastic.
So the slide before you shows the 21-cent reduction to the water consumption rate, which results in a decrease of about $2.95 on the average utility bill.
Okay. Monthly.
Per month, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then my second question is this a one-time rate reduction then? So like next year, do we have any insight into what the rate will be next year, and what, like, will we have to then do like a jump step to include this reduction as well as any increase next year?
Through the mayor, this cost difference was it actually came in 2025 due to a difference between our budgeted rate and the actual rate that was charged by the commission. In 2025, we transferred that cost difference straight into reserve, and we kept the same philosophy in our recommendation for 2026. So moving forward, we would likely continue to budget at our kind of best guess rate. And I don't anticipate, if that's the mindset, that we would see this transfer to reserve continuing.
Okay. With that in mind, I'm in favor of this motion. Anytime we can reduce the burden on our taxpayers, I think that's important. I think we also just have to have the discussion as a council where we want to go on water. I think that's just one of the many topics kind of looming over our heads, and I think we just have to have that. In the meantime, I think this is a nice little source of relief in utilities, but I think when we look at this slide, this is really only touching one of the areas, and I think we as a council also have to have a discussion on sewer and like just kind of what's been going on there and so forth, because when you look at the increase, it's primarily all coming from there. So this is a good thing, but I don't think this actually targets the actual issues and challenges that we're facing, and no ill will to this motion in itself. I think this is just part of the overall discussion.
Councillor Blizzard.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this. The water rate reduction, a $3 decrease isn't going to have anyone jumping for joy. I mean, it all helps, but the transfer to the reserves, what's the risk in that if we reduce that by 531,000? That's, to me, is a bigger change, you know? Yeah.
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, the scenario you see before you right now doesn't touch our regularly recommended reserve transfers. This is above and beyond what we would recommend for a reserve transfer. And it's just the cost difference between the budgeted rate. So we are not, for clarity, touching the recommended reserve transfers based on our asset values, for example.
So reducing the reserve transfer by 531,000 is okay.
We are essentially just giving the rate difference back to the utility rate payers in this scenario, rather than transferring that difference into the reserve for future projects, which was the recommended intent.
Okay, so they're tied together.
It is very confusing.
Yeah.
So we have our regular reserve transfers, and that reserve transfer is based on our asset values with the intent of having enough money in the bank for life cycle replacement. So that's one piece of that reserve pie. The other piece that we're talking about right now is the rate difference and the savings that have been realized through the Water Commission's decreased per cubic meter rate. So this calculation, this 500 and I don't have the exact amount before me right now. The approximately $531,000 that we're not transferring to reserves in this scenario is just the cost savings from the water rate and is not part of that transfer to reserve calculation that we would do on an annual ongoing basis.
Okay, so this 21 cents is that 531,000.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this then. I agree with we have issues with Aero Utilities. I'm not sure we're going to be able to fix anything there, but they have been jumping and it looks like they will be jumping in the future. So this would help mitigate that some, but I guess we're looking at this year, so I'm okay with it.
I had Mr. Fleming and Ms. Smith-Duguid. I don't know who wants to talk.
Fair enough. To the mayor, or through the mayor to the councillor. Just to add on Ms. Miller's comments, there is a lot of uncertainty over the future of water right now. Our philosophy in the past has been to take any savings and put them into the reserves to prepare for whatever may come out with water. We have found that the commission budgets more optimistically than the city typically does. So this strategy does have some conservatism built into it for the city's benefit. The rate for the commission has not been set as of yet. It will be set on December 22nd. So there is the potential that that rate could be higher than the potential savings that are shown in the budget. If that does happen, the reserve contribution that had been proposed would be reduced to offset that potential increase. So essentially, what is in the budget package does have some wiggle room built into it for the city if things adjust between now and the end of the year.
So are we actually thinking this rate will go? So the rate we paid this year was $2.86 per cubic meter. And now the proposed for next year on the council, looking at, for ratepayers, is $2.65. Is that realistic? Do we anticipate a drop, or was the rate a lot lower than $2.86 that we were charged?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, that $2.86 consumption rate includes all of our operating costs as well as reserve to transfer. The water commission rate that was budgeted as part of that was $1.61 per cubic meter for 2025, and our actual charged rate was $1.40 per cubic meter. So there was that 21-cent difference per cubic meter that we realized in 2025, and that surplus is being transferred to reserve for 2025. We did apply the same approach for 2026, and that's how the recommended rates were formed. Councillor Nguyen's motion essentially has us budgeting at the rate that the commission is currently proposing to charge us, with no wiggle room, essentially.
Yeah, that's a little bit concerning to me, the no wiggle room. But since you're on the commission, if I can ask Patrick or Councillor Nguyen, are they anticipating that the rate will hold, or do we want to add in a little bit of wiggle room in case it does go up a bit?
Yeah, as mentioned by our deputy mayor, that is yet to be seen. On December 22nd is the budget package with the proposed operating capital budget for 2026, and it will be debated at that time. And really, this motion could almost be ineffective if something does change significantly with water rates in that budget. I don't foresee that happening right now, but I'm one of the board members, so there's nothing I can say that is set in stone for the upcoming rate.
So you don't want to amend this a little bit to maybe make it not quite the 21-cent drop?
Yeah, and I thought of this as well with this motion. So another amending motion that could be made, and I'm amenable to this amending motion, would be to change the dollar value to say 10 cents and allocate say $250,000 to the capital reserve with a rate reduction accordingly, whatever the half would be, right? And I guess that would be or 10.5 cents. And if you want to make that amending motion, I think that's something that also has merits as well.
Mr. Fleming, did you want to say something?
Through the mayor, after this back and forth, perhaps. Yeah, I just want to provide some context. Is all.
Okay. Well, I would be interested in the amending motion, but maybe I want to hear some context first.
Okay. So the commission's rate, Councillor Harris mentioned it, the commission's rate has been dropping for quite a few years, the last, I want to say 3 or 4 years, the commission's rate has been dropping. And a big chunk of that is because the commission removed the provisions they had in there to pay for future water capacity for the city of Fort Saskatchewan. So the capacity that the commission has to provide us with water, it is running out. And that's why we keep talking about secondary water lines or whatever. Either the city or the commission is going to have to provide additional capacity to Fort Saskatchewan. And they originally, I think at one point it was actually 25 cents a cube that they had built into their rate. That was going to help do that. And most likely there was going to have to be some other funding, debenture funding. And that has come out of the commission's rate. So part of the reason we recommended to council not to drop our rate is so that we could continue to take those dollars and contribute them to save up for either us or the commission accounting for the capacity that we're going to need in the future. So that was one of the main reasons why we said let's keep our rates steady, despite the fact that the commission's rates dropping. It has dropped a couple more times since then. And we have I would say there's some technical disagreement amongst us and the commission around assumptions that are in the budget around the ability to get future grants and around their assumptions of when we're going to need this line. So because of some technical disagreements we have, and because of the fact that at some point a water line will need to be built and paid for by somebody, we said it's probably prudent right now to keep the rates where they are and create a savings so that we have options in the future. That was the strategy that we proposed. If this motion does pass, it's fine. We will obviously readjust and look at other strategies, but that's the background behind why the rate is the way it is now.
Yeah, and I do feel that it would be prudent to lower the decrease. I guess that's so from 21 cents to making it 20 cents or 10 cents. Would that be a amendment that's agreeable?
Read the motion. If would you like to make that amending motion? Is it?
Yeah, I'd like to make that as an amendment to the motion.
All right.
To your worship.
Well, look at they've already got it going.
To Councillor.
Do you want me to read that in?
Well, I think that the amending motion would benefit from the addition of the change in the reserve contribution. I'm still maybe waiting on those numbers, but would we need time?
Yeah. We can come up with that later. My guess would be it's going to be in the area of like 250,000, roughly. It's going to be a little less than half.
The number yeah. I think this reflects. Can
you just put approximately, sure, or to be determined even? What works better?
Is that acceptable for ledge services, that writing, that wording?
I think maybe we would benefit from calling a short recess to talk this one through with administration. There's quite a few amounts being worked out right now, and I think it's best that we talk about it.
It's 10:55 is 5 minutes? Yep.
10.
Okay.
Please, thank you very much.
All right, we'll take a short recess to 11:05.
In this kind of
All right, welcome back. All right, I understand that we have some wording here for the amending motion. Do you want to read that in, Councillor Blizzard, if it is correct for yourself? The number is not in there, though. Are we just removing it? Is that what the decision was? Yes? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Blizzard.
I make a motion. I'll make a. Do I read the whole thing? That the motion on the floor be amended to read as follows: that the city water consumption rate be reduced by 10 cents per cubic meter, and the 2026 contribution to the utilities infrastructure and equipment reserve be reduced by the corresponding amount. Nicely worded, and yes, that is good.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, and I see where Councillor Noyen is going with this, but I also feel that we want to make sure that we cover ourselves if the rate goes up a little bit. So I feel this is just being a little bit safer with it, and also we contribute to the reserves a bit for future needs.
Okay, so this is on the amending motion only. Councillor Noyen.
Yeah, so I'd considered this type of motion as well. Obviously, our utilities director has placed reserve contributions, and in a wholesome discussion with other members of administration has brought that proposal forward in this budget. From my understanding right now, our utilities reserve is decently healthy, and I also appreciate Councillor Randhawa's comment that council does need to have a large-scale discussion about where exactly the city is going to be going. Troy has mentioned about the Water Commission, our involvement to a certain extent in regards to the usage and it eventually being under capacity at its current state of infrastructure to serve a very rapidly growing Fort Saskatchewan. So given this, I think this is a kind of a tip of an iceberg, which gets council thinking and talking about how we could do things, what we want to do, but further information and kind of roundtable discussion needs to happen before we make any surefire decisions. I will support this motion. I believe reserve contributions for utilities are extremely valuable, and it enables the city to be in a position that we can make decisions when the time comes if we're going to be getting a future water line of our own. However, that hasn't been made yet, and allocating monies to reserves is certainly beneficial. The original intent of my motion, like I mentioned, was kind of to offset our utilities increase, and this still accomplishes that to a certain extent. So there's a bit of a rate saving that can be realized by the end user while accomplishing a reserve fund allocation. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
I've had the opportunity to sit through hundreds of hours of budget discussions at municipal level, maybe thousands. And what I really, really have discomfort with is sitting in a council budget meeting where we're winging something. This is making it up as we go forward. 21 versus 10. Why don't we make it 8? I mean, ultimately speaking, this is something that we need to be more objective about, as opposed to this is totally subjective. I have a problem with that. And anytime I'm faced with a decision that ultimately we're making it up as we go along, I have extreme discomfort. And I think we should all be chastised for that. We should be objective in our decision. And I disagree with administration in relation to how we have not passed on the rate reduction that the Water Commission gave in the last couple of years. And so we've been building up a reserve. And I have no problem with reserve buildup. I totally understand that. We have a significant contribution to our water reserve. And melding the two between the wastewater stuff and the water stuff, that they are totally separate and distinct. Now, when we start to blur the line between those two, we're doing a disservice to our ratepayer, to our water and sewer customers, our utility customers. I was fine with 21 cents. I'm fine with any reduction. But I think if we were objective in that context, if 21 cents was the number, then we should pass on 21 cents to our customers. I think that the Water Commission has been attempting to find more rationality in relation to how they establish their rates. And I do disagree with the conservative nature that our administration has taken in relation to how they feel about that. But that's your job. But I disagreed with it from that standpoint. And I think that ultimately your advice to council is ultimately extremely important. But I think we're winging it here, guys. And if at best, I would rather table this thing and have a more frank and fruitful discussion in the context of what we should be doing with the water rate. Building up a reserve based on that saving we're getting from the commission is not good generational debt analysis or generational debt allocation. I think ultimately we should be passing this back to the ratepayers or to the water customers at the amount it should flow through. And if we want to increase our reserve contributions for future reserves, so be it. But we haven't had that discussion. And so I have extreme discomfort with this methodology.
Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, I largely agree with Councillor Harris as to the 10 cent versus the 21 cent sort of thing as in the origin of these numbers. So was the original, let's say 21 cents, was that based on we saved or the city saved that particular amount of money from the Water Commission, but it hasn't been passed on to the end customer? Am I correct in understanding that? Or is it a different value that we've saved and then not been passed on to the end customer?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, that was an amount that we have saved that we did not pass on to the customer. We rather transferred it to reserves.
Okay, so 21 cents is the more accurate number as to how much we have saved that has not made it to the end customer. I'm just trying to wrap my head around all the numbers floating around.
Through to Councillor Wesley, yes. That 21 cent reduction would essentially give our water rate kind of a break even.
Okay.
Like the consumption that our residents are paying is what the city is valuing the per cubic meter value at.
Okay, and typically that's what we strive to do, right? Is just to sort of keep it at a recovery. Our intention is not to actually so-called make money on selling water.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Randhawa.
Interesting comments made. I actually don't necessarily disagree with some of the things Councillor Harris said. I guess then a question regarding the reserve itself. So our utilities, infrastructure, and equipment reserve from the last T2 report. So we're a little bit overfunded in that, about 2 million or so. So in the event that council would go ahead with some sort of water line project or something, would that come from the uncommitted funds of this reserve?
Through to the mayor, to council. Yeah, it would come from the uncommitted portion of it.
Okay, so nothing's been kind of committed towards this in that reserve?
Not the uncommitted.
Okay. Okay. I think we're talking about relatively small numbers in the midst of such a large water line decision. I'm okay with giving all of the rate differential back this year, just because I think whenever council is faced with the water line decision, I don't think 200,000 is going to make a difference in the reserve. That's a project in the tens of millions of dollars, and we will have to look at the MPV analysis and all that then, and 200,000 is going to be a rounding error on that. So for me, I'm good with the original motion.
Thank you. I'm going to support the original motion, so I am going to vote against the amendment. Not seeing anyone. Councillor Blizzard, would you like to close on the amending motion?
Yes. I guess the only thing I have to say is for building the reserves, one of the reasons we were able to do the JRC renovations without any cost to taxpayers was because we had saved up for a potential new pool a number of years ago and had the money readily available. So I think there is something to having reserves for future infrastructure. I still feel it would be nice to have a bit of a contribution, but the decision gets made by majority.
All right, I will close the amending motion. Please cast your vote. And that is defeated. So we'll move back to the original motion. Is there any more questions or debate on that one? Not seeing any. I'm going to Councillor Noyen to close. Okay, nothing further. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. All right, moving on to 4.14, Municipal Operating Reserve Contribution, Councillor Noyen. And just looking at what is after that, is it fair to say that we would break after this one? Yeah. All right, so 4.14, Councillor Noyen, you can go ahead.
Thanks. I'm just going to my notes. I do have two questions. One is in regards to the numbers in the information provided from the flagged item. And then one is about the NRED grant and its applications. So I'm not sure if anybody needs to be at the mic. All right, City Manager.
Go ahead with your first one.
So it was in the flagged item summary. It shows 137,500 for recreation master plan budget when it is in fact in our budget package it is $375,000. I'm asking if the $375,000 is in fact the budget request for this year, or if there was an error in that 137,500 for this year. And I know there is some future years that are allocated. The math just doesn't line up.
I can answer that question.
Thanks.
Go ahead, the mayor, through to the councillor. So you're questioning the amount is 275,000.
Okay.
And it's being funded or projected to be funded half from the Municipal Operating Projects Reserve and half from the grant.
Okay. So the math is correct as it's shown then.
That's correct.
And I wasn't sure if I was doing it correctly in my mind. So, okay, so 137.5 is actually what's coming from our operating reserve then, right?
Yes.
My second question is if the grant has other applications. I'd actually never seen this grant. Is that a grant that we've got this year, obviously, to apply for this?
As far as I know, this is the only project, but Aaron Duncan should be able to answer the questions.
Oh, okay.
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Noyen. I apologize, I was running in here. Just to confirm your question, you're asking if the grant can be used for other items?
Yeah, maybe if there were other considerations for this grant, and I see how it's been applied in our budget. I've just never seen it before, and it's not like an LGFF where it's a year over year thing. So by the looks of it.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Noyen. So the NRED grant is the Northern Regional Economic Development Grant. I believe I have that correct. It is an economic development grant. We've received it in the past for other projects. One would be in downtown. This is the second time we've applied for and received this grant. So it's one of those grants that is not guaranteed to be available every year, but it has been for the last couple years. So you have to apply with very specific projects, and then they approve those projects and those budgets, and then you can use the funds for those projects. So if I do not believe we would be able to apply these or this grant to a different project this year because the funding would be for that project.
Okay, and that is very critical information to know because that offsets half the cost of the recreation. Sorry, I'm getting recreation and culture master plan. No, sorry. What is that? Because this.
What is it being applied to?
What is it being applied to? Thank you.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Noyan, it is for the wastewater master plan and the transportation master plan. And I believe one of them was approved last year. That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Let me just catch up in my notes. I see Councillor Harris.
Go ahead, Councillor Harris.
I'm from Missouri. What the hell are we talking about? I don't know. I don't understand what we're talking about here. So fill me in. And anybody else that might be watching this probably has no idea what we're talking about. So please paint me a picture.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Harris, the NRED grant is a provincial grant that is available to meet economic development initiatives, goals. The province has laid out what those goals are, and then municipalities have the opportunity to apply for the grant for specific projects. So in previous years, we applied and were successful to receive funding. It's a 50% match funding. And so we were able to use that funding for like a downtown specific projects. And then I believe it was last year we applied and were approved for $212,000. Had to be split between the transportation master plan and the wastewater master plan. Those were the projects. We applied, we received the funding, and so now that funding can be used for these projects.
And that's the intent, is to use that money for those projects. So Councillor Noyan, I'm just trying to understand, what were you just, was this a sober second thought or look at it or what?
I might make a motion based on the answer to another question here.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry.
It was all tied in umbrellaed under reserve contributions and allocations of different projects, but I think I mixed something up actually here. So, but thank you for those answers. I would like to ask then finance, under municipal operating projects reserve, there's $333,000, and I alluded to this before. It says that's for plan studies, surveys, public engagements, etc. Can you give me an overview, and I think this is circling back a bit, but of what the bulk of that increase of $333,000 is being allocated for in 2026? And the reason I ask is because it's a substantial increase to the reserve contribution, which was 520, now it's at 333, so we're getting up to 850, and it looks like there were quite a few initiatives covered under this reserve that were being discussed at length by council.
So through to the mayor to Councillor Noyan. It's not specifically allocated to one project. It was the amount that we needed to top up to fund all of these projects. So if you're looking to reduce the $333,000, you'd have to pick projects or a project on this list that we provided.
Right. Okay, I'm not going to make a motion for this right now because if I'm reading that correctly with that answer, that we're going to actually be talking about it this afternoon then. I think there are funding requests that relate to this project reserve through some of Councillor Katcher's motions.
If it doesn't come up what you're looking for, we can still do motion at the end.
Fair enough. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any further on municipal operating reserve. So everything left on our list was directed from Councillor Katcher, who is expected after lunch. So we will take a recess. Yep. Do you have an information one that you want to do right now?
No. Just we have all this information. information items, or they know we're not going over them?
So the information was provided, and if you have any particular questions, then we can ask them. Do you have anything at the moment, or do you want to wait? Okay, perfect. Okay, so we will take a recess, and we will say we'll be back at 12:30. But once we hear from Councillor Ketcher, we will update council and staff.
Lunch here?
Mr. Kaiser, no, lunch has not arrived. All right, welcome back, everybody. Continuing budget deliberations. Councillor Ketcher has returned from Aero Utilities, so we will start back at 4.1, Project 26100, Local Road Rehabilitation. Councillor Ketcher, are you ready? Just turn your mic on when you're ready. Not a problem. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, so on the local road rehabilitation, and sorry I missed this morning, I was at Aero Utilities. So I did flag the local road rehabilitation, and I guess I would probably like to put a motion on to remove the 360,000 incremental increase. So, and speaking to that motion.
Do you have the motion to read in, or?
That is my motion.
Okay. Legislative Services, have you captured that? Or do you have any questions? Yeah, okay. You're okay? All right, go ahead.
Okay, and just speaking to this, as you know, as we come into a budget that's saying, you know, we're looking at 10% or better, I understand what we want to accomplish with our roads and that we want to get them up to a certain level, but I also realize that people are struggling in our community too, and while it's nice to increase this incrementally to reduce the reliance on our grant funding, that's what the grant funding is there for. You know, so to me, that's what LGFF is for. And, you know, so maybe it has to stay with LGFF or something, but I just feel we're in a very tight year this year, and there's only a few areas that we can look at that are actually going to make substantial reductions in the 10%. So that's my comments.
What page of the budget do you have that on? Just because I see your budget's open.
Page 115, 1-15.
Thank you. All right. So the motion has been accepted, spoken in favor of. Just waiting for people to chime in. Councillor Noyan.
I had a question for administration first, maybe.
Go ahead.
Just wait sorry. I had a question just on when was the last time we increased reserve contributions to local road rehabilitation. And I just want some clarity in my mind because I know there was increases done to the neighborhood rehabilitation program. I think that was last year or the year before. But for road rehabilitation, my question would be, when did we increase the reserve contribution last? And then also, if we're saying, because speaking to the motion, we were saying that LGFF could get allocated to this, but I think our LGFF is currently all allocated. So what would we be transferring the allocation from to accommodate funding local road rehab?
Through the mayor to Councillor Noyan, I'll start with part of that. I might not be able to answer all of it. So the budget for local road rehab, the total budget is increased between 10 and 50,000 a year over the last number of years. In last year's budget, there was at that point we'd been working to remove the reliance on grant funding within that program. Last year's budget, we put that 350 back. I think we put it back in or didn't take it out. We left 350 of LGFF within there. So the 360 this year was a $10,000 increase, and then removing the LGFF funding, the 350. So that was the 360 total. I'm not sure that answered all your question, but I'm going to need some help on the other half, I think.
I think it pretty much did for all intents and purposes, but if you have any other info to add.
The only thing I would probably add is the the 360 wasn't really an increase to the overall project. It was an increase in the annual capital funding because last year there was a motion made to use the LGFF to fund that 300 and some $1,000.
Right, so that was last year, and that's what I thought.
Yeah, and we chose to pause this year on the incremental increase to make it more.
Right. So my concern with the motion as read in is, yes, it affects our capacity to do road rehabilitation to a certain extent, which affects the quality of our roadways overall. This is a small portion of that budget. I'm not quite convinced that this would be an ideal use of removing monies for the purpose of operational savings this year. I think we have, in subsequent years, have been able to reduce reliance for the reasons that administration has outlined, the reliance on LGFF for this, and I have supported that in the past. So I'm very hesitant to move forward with this motion, and I'm not exactly sure either where the number 360,000 came from as well. So that's my concerns. Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, that's my concerns for now.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Ketchup, for the motion. I just have some basic understanding questions before I kind of decide which way I want to go on this. So we've proposed 2.86 million in the budget this year. This would take it down to 2.5 for road rehab. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And so when I go through the information that you had provided supplementary to the presentation, 2.5 would be less than we've done in any of the past 10 years. And probably sometime like 15 years ago, we were probably at that kind of funding level, I'm assuming.
Through the mayor to Councillor Randhawa, it is less than we've been doing the past several years, yes. I'm not sure when we were last at that funding level, but...
Okay. And for some reason, my iPad isn't clicking in right now, but there's a 2025 pavement management report that administration undertaken and so forth. Can you speak to how that report kind of fuels where administration is going with the budget request for roads, and where the report was asking us as a municipality to be for funding, and where we end up being?
Through your worship, Councillor Randhawa, I'm just flipping through to the right table here.
No worries, keep flipping. It works better than my iPad right now, so yeah.
Oh, I have the wrong report open, sorry. There we go. So through your worship, Councillor, or through the mayor to Councillor Randhawa, sorry. The report's generated, and they do an evaluation every 6 years. We do a full evaluation of the network, the road network. So that was the 2024 report, was that start of that 6-year cycle. As part of that, they evaluate the quality and the condition of the roads based on ride quality, visual, the visual quality and the structural quality. Structural, we don't do all the roads. It is the major roadways we do structural on. And so from that, they generate what's called a pavement quality index. So we have strived to maintain, it's in this report, it's 65. Previous years it was 6.5, depending on the consultant. So it's the same number, just a factor of 10 there. So from that, they generate the program generates a program, and we do it two ways. They look at it, or I guess more than two ways, is if we do nothing, what does that do to the quality of the roads? And it's over a 5-year window they kind of look out. If we do everything that is below I think it's about a PQI of 3 or 4, it drives a number. If we just want to maintain where we're at overall on the average, it gives a number. And then there's a couple other ones that combine various versions of those budgets. So to maintain our PQI, and I think right now we're at 6.4, 64 is 12.7 over the 5-year window, which is about the 2.8, I believe, off the top of my head. So that kind of drives that budget to try and say if we continue to do what we're doing, we're going to be able to maintain on average what we have. And then from there, you can go better, you can go worse, but that just takes money one way or the other.
Okay, and please remind me, does that include growth we see in our roadways every year, that like 5-year assumption?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, it does to a certain extent, probably not as much as the full growth. Probably don't quite keep up with growth. We'd catch that on the 6-year cycle when we expand the program again, or we look at the whole thing, they'd evaluate the whole network and those would get added in at that point. Okay. So we're probably, at this point, we're probably there, but in 3 years, it'd be a little bit behind in terms of growth.
Okay, so conservatively, it's trying to keep up with growth, and what we have budgeted now will allow us to kind of maintain our current levels of roadway in the community. That's kind of fair to say?
That's the report and what we hope to be able to achieve, yes.
Okay, I'll hear some comments and then I'll make a decision.
Councillor Harris.
Grant, thanks for touching on that because I couldn't remember what our PQI rating was. I figured it was probably in that mid-60s in that area. And so cutting this 360,000 out will allow us to maintain a baseline condition improvement over time on our critical road infrastructure, would we not? If we took this out, still be able to do it?
Over time, it would have an impact and bring it down a little bit. It wouldn't be next year we're at 5.8. It would be, but over time, if you continued that underfunding, it would fall behind, yes.
Yeah, well, I would say the overall condition of our roads, the critical road infrastructure, not necessarily the neighborhood roads, is in pretty good shape. Would that be a fair assessment based on your exposure?
I think it's fair. I think there are some areas we need to be cognizant of, but overall, yes.
Yeah, I was actually quite pleased with what the department did this past year in terms of the overlay program, the grind and overlay that we did on Southport Boulevard, for example, and West Park Drive and some of those areas where you could ultimately see the degradation of the pavement. Structure's still fine, but ultimately if we didn't maintain the overall pavement quality, then we'd see a reduction in the structure. And I think we've been doing a pretty good job on that. And I think the quality of our roads in comparison to virtually any other community our size that I've been in is substantially better. And I really think the department needs to be commended on that. However, this is a tough budget year. So the question is, if we take this out, will we be able to at least move forward in a reasonable manner to maintain the quality of our road infrastructure?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, again, in a 1-year cycle, you're not probably going to see any difference, but over a 5 or 10-year cycle, that adds up and could bring our PQI down to some other level. Can't communicate what it is, but
over time it would degrade if we don't keep investing in it. So, okay, well, fair enough. You've answered my question. Thanks.
Councillor Blizzard.
So one of the reasons for this is because you're trying to remove the LGFF funding out of this equation, but have we put it elsewhere or could we use that for this still?
I might have to look to finance or some help.
Through to the mayor or to council. Right now we have the LGFF fully allocated within the 2026 budget. The items that it's allocated to are in the budget and brief, in the capital document, starting on page 1-7. So,
okay.
Also too, when we're talking about the 360,000, I don't believe the 360,000 meets the minimum threshold. There's a $10,000 threshold on our allocation that we get from the province. So approximately it would need to be about $400,000.
Okay. Yeah, my concern with this is I have driven through, well, where my family lives in Ontario that has never kept up with roads, and they're just awful. Potholes galore. If we don't keep it up with our winters being milder, I think we're going to see more freeze and thaw, which will also increase. Once you get a little crack in a road, it allows that to worsen, right? So I think we need to maintain this. I see no one's on the speaking list. I'd love to hear a little bit more conversation about this, but I can't say I'm 100% sold on removing this. But maybe if it's a one-time thing and next year we'll look at it again. I do want to make sure we keep our roads in good shape so that we avoid larger costs in the future. And I guess that's one of the risks, right, Grant?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, over time it would be the risk. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I think Councillor Ketcher wants to have a little rebuttal on that.
I'm going to go next in the speaking order, actually. I don't know if I can support this motion. It wasn't something that I supported last year. We did spend many years taking LGFF out of this. And I understand that it is a difficult tax year for sure. But last year during our budget, we kicked a lot of things down the road, and that does impact future budgets. And I just don't think that it is in the best interest of this project to continue to remove it in this way. So I do think that well-maintained infrastructure is part of our strategic plan, and I just don't support taking this money out at this time. I have Councillor Randawa. Did you want to make a comment, or do you want me to come back to you on close, Councillor Good? Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So I guess the comment that I want to make is the motion doesn't say infinitely. It says for this year, because we're struggling with a very difficult year. If you take a look what was done in 2025, I think half of South Fort was paved in 2025 when I drove around there. All of South Fort Estates, Sienna, and yes, there was some done in West Park as well. It felt like there was a lot that was done. But historically, we used to either do neighborhood roads or we would do local roads, or there would be a little bit of a combination of both. But we've grown these to separate them into two streams now, and both of these streams have grown significantly. So if you take a look at what we're paying or would like to spend 2.8 plus the other side for the neighborhood rehab of 5.7, that's almost $9 million that we're talking about. And I do understand roads need to be done. They need to be looked after. And I'm a proponent or advocate of getting reserves up, but I don't think that, as we're working to increase the funding, setting aside for aquatics, for inflation, and I know reducing the ATE and some of the other costs that we have, that I think for 1 year, I don't think that this would be harmful, because you're not going out onto the highway this year, I don't think, because the Dow is still path to zero. So if I can influence you, if we're not going to make any cuts, tell me now so that we don't have to sit here all afternoon. But it's important that we hopefully find something. So.
In the order would be going to Councillor Wesley, because he hasn't been on round one.
All right. Got to get my speaking voice toned up here. So I'm just looking at page 22.11 and looking at kind of like our net deficit, which I kind of interpret as the money we got to catch up on, and in 2026 it seems to be the biggest hit of the 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029 years. So my inclination is to support Councillor Ketcher's motion to maybe, trim a little bit this year and then move that off into maybe 1 year or even 2 years where maybe we got a little bit more slack, especially compared to the rate of or the amount of property taxes. So I'm kind of inclined to support that reason for the reasons that she specified, and just looking at that 2211 just seems to make sense to me. So just a comment. Sorry, Grant.
You don't have a comment? Okay. In the speaking order would be Councillor Nguyen.
This might be a very unpopular comment, but why, and this is a question for council, what could be done this year if this was deemed as a priority project, and it should be, this is the roads that we drive on. LGFF covers things like the bike skills park, or 2 tandem trucks, could be reduced to 1. We could defer the bike skill park to a different year. So my question is that with this motion, if this is a priority over other LGFF funded capital projects, then why wouldn't we use the LGFF this year, even though we've gone away from it, but just for 2026 to cover road rehabilitation instead of one of the other 4 items within the capital budget? And that's an open-ended question, but I agree with Councillor Katcher that we should be looking at ways to decrease our tax impact this year, and this is an idea that she's come up with. So there are certainly some other ways that could tie into this motion that might also be effective.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Rendawa.
I get where everybody's talking about we have to cut somewhere. I agree. Tried this morning a little bit myself. I just feel it brings our road program to like the lowest budget it's probably been in like 15 years. And for me, that's tough because we're continuing to grow. We talk so much about growth, and then we go around and cut one of like our critical infrastructure pieces, I would say, which is our roads, to bring down the tax increase. I struggle with that. We have a current budget that doesn't really account for the massive growth we're continuing to see year over year. It's quite conservative on it. Our roads have added 30 some kilometers in the past 10 years, and they're going to continue to grow. I understand it's a 1 year cycle, but then I pose that question that what are we going to do next year that's going to change? That where are we going to find 0.5% somewhere else? I'd rather have that discussion now, I think, as Councillor Nguyen said, of what else do we want to deprioritize to continue to fund this rather than to just take this away. Because my assumption is, and Mr. Schaefer can correct me if I'm wrong, is if we underfund it this year by $360,000, in future years we will just have to fund that again anyways, and probably at a higher rate. So for me, it's let's fund critical infrastructure and let's find the percentages somewhere else, because we can't cut from roads and stuff. I don't think that's the right way to do it.
Councillor Blizzard.
I guess just to be clear, for 2025, our budget was $2,850,000. So if we remove this, we're moving the budget down to $2.5 million. Is that correct then?
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't like that. I thought it was the increase. I guess I had looked at this, but it wasn't sinking in enough. I was thinking we were just holding status quo. We're not holding status quo. We're actually backtracking. So I don't really like this idea going from that, because I do think we need to at least keep going the way we're going. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Not seeing anybody else. Councillor Catcher, would you wish to close?
Sure, I'll close. And I do apologize having to be at the wastewater committee this morning because I feel like I missed out on so much. But because I don't know if we discussed Bike Skills Park or we don't know if we discussed any of these things. But it's my goal today is to throw some items out there that are significant that we can do some reductions. I mean, if you don't want to reduce the 360, somebody could put on an amending motion, say, cut it in half and make it 180, and at least you're putting some towards it, and we're saving 180,000. I'm just looking for ways that we can start saving some money here. And yes, we'll make it up in the future years. I mean, we've got, I think 3 years of 3, maybe 4 years putting in for aquatic support. But I just really believe that we can spread these things out a little bit more. So I'll leave it with that. But if anybody did want to put an amending motion on that might bring them over to the positive side for part of it as opposed to all of it, I'd be amenable to that too.
All right, not seeing anybody weighing in then. I will close the motion. Please cast your vote.
Well, thank you very much.
That is carried. All right, moving on to 4.2, Project 26200, Neighborhood Rehab. Councillor Catcher.
Okay, so I won't be.
Oh, sorry, can you hit your mic? Might as well just leave you on.
I'm just used to it being on all the time. So I won't be quite as mean on this one, but my motion on this one would be to reduce the incremental amount to 245,000, which would be half of what's on this. And as I said before, I'm looking to find some reductions. They don't have to be forever ones, but I am looking to get the numbers from 10 to 9 to 8 to whatever we can get it to. So I'll leave that one for you for discussion. And I do understand with the neighborhood road one, quite often they are 2, sometimes 3-year projects because of the length and the complexity of what's involved with them. So I'll leave. So the motion is to reduce it by 245,000, the incremental amount.
Thank you. I'll go first in the speaking order for this one. I don't see anyone else weighing in quite yet. I was open to influence on the last one. I'm not so sure about this one. The neighborhood rehab is extremely important, and it is underfunded, and it is one that we aspire to getting back up to where we want it to be. And so even 1 year reducing that, I just don't see it being good for this project going forward. So I won't be supporting it, I don't think, but I am open to hearing other comments. Go ahead, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you. I actually do feel quite strongly on this, and the reasoning behind it is the neighborhood rehabilitation program comprises of underground infrastructure, and then subbase, roads, curbs, gutters, sidewalks. We have just increased the funding to this program so that we can essentially catch up to a level that gives, I think, engineering more of a comfort that water pipes aren't going to break and storm sewer pipes aren't going to break in West Park Extension when it qualifies for funding for neighborhood rehabilitation. So if anything, I would want to increase funding to this program. I think right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Grant, but the way we're funding it right now is going to take something like 150 years to get through. I did this math, I think 3.5 years ago, but it's an alarming number. If we doubled the funding for the neighborhood rehabilitation program right now, it would give us a certain degree of comfort that we're not going to be putting out fires, let's call it, in the foreseeable future, say in 10, 20, 30 years. But I'd invite any comments you have to say about the costing of this program and the importance of it, and kind of how on track we are right now and the need for funding for it.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen. So in 2024, we presented a report to council and came up with a program to fully fund neighborhood rehab and step up the funding over time to get to that point. So the neighborhood rehab never ends. It's a 100-year cycle. So what you're doing today will be back in 100 years and doing it again to that extent. So it's to make sure that the money's there when the need arrives. So we've calculated if we were just doing what needed to be done today, it's about $9 million, I think $8.5 or $9 million today. But we know that in 20 years, when you had that big bump going into Pineview when it developed in the 70s, it would have to ramp up to about 20 to sort of smooth that off. We're aiming for about $12.5 million as an ongoing contribution in today's dollars. So that is what we're ramping the program up to. So we know that over the first 5 years of the program, we're going to run a little bit of deficit, but that just means we'll get to some pipes a little bit later than maybe is ideal, but still not really a huge risk to that at this point. And then as we ramp up, we'll be able to build a reserve so that when we hit those peaks of development that happened in the historical context, we can have the money available to do that work.
I appreciate that's a great answer, and those numbers kind of quantify how much we're going to need in, let's call it the short term, in a 100-year cycle, if that's what it is. So, and Pineview is a great case to show exactly where we're going to need to be. So right now it's underfunded, and cutting it for this year, yeah, it can decrease, a property tax reliance, but I don't think this is the program to do it, and I will stand by that.
Councillor Randawa.
Yeah, I echo the comments from Councillor Nguyen. I understand where Councillor Ketcher was coming from on the last one. That one I can still stomach. This one I find it's a lot tougher. It's a program that's very, I would say, underfunded. It's only going to continue to grow. We're at 5.7 this year. Next year's supposed to be 6.2, 6.7. We'll get into the tens of millions of dollars at some point. We just have to fund this, and I agree. We might have to even fund this more. This is something that, we've underfunded in the past years, and it's kind of caught up to this council, and now we just continue to grow. We continue to have more roads, more infrastructure and everything, and you look at the way we're supposed to be funding this. It's a very nice graph Mr. Schaefer has walked me through, and, we're kind of in the dip right now, and we're kind of underfunding it to then, eventually start overfunding. So I can't cut this one. I'm happy to talk about other cuts, but we have to make sure toilets flush properly and all of our infrastructure kind of works.
Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, totally appreciate that in a tough budget year, everybody's struggling to find something to cut, and everything is precious and everything is almost like somebody's child. And so I give Councillor Ketcher a lot of kudos for having the guts to put stuff out there and say, you know what, this is something and we have to do something. So I totally respect that. Grant, I was reading the MPE report last night, and I'm just trying to get my head around some of the neighborhood rehabilitation stuff and how they score things. And when they score a project, do they score it on how old the infrastructure is, or do they actually do a conditional analysis on what shape that underground is in, just so that Councillor Randawa's toilet can still flush?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, it's a little bit of both. Okay. So the big program is based on years, but the actual priority of which road or which block we're going to do next is based on a condition assessment where we have it. We don't have all the condition assessments of all our pipes, but things we're working on. So where we have it, we put those into the matrix where it's are the water pipes big enough for today's standards for fire flow, things like that. We enter all that in, and that prioritizes the program over the 10-year span, but the bigger 100-year program is just based on it's got to be a 100-year program, and there's $1.2 billion of infrastructure. So
Okay, so the project that's scheduled for next year, you already know what kind of condition that underground infrastructure is at this moment, or we don't know yet?
So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, the two blocks we're doing next year, 102 Street between 98th and 99th Avenue. We know we already have some issues there on the sewer line. That there's some existing issues, so we're going to deal with that, and the whole infrastructure piece there has been chopped up a little bit. And then the other one on 109th, that one comes up, there's a water line there that's undersized, severely undersized in terms of fire, and we can increase some service to that area as well. So,
and how would reducing the capital funding by $245,000 significantly impact those projects, if at all?
Through the mayor, Councillor Wesley, it probably wouldn't impact next year's projects, but it would impact. It's kind of that ongoing impact as you underfund it. It means that maybe we can't do 3 blocks, because the idea is to go 2 blocks this year, 3 blocks next year, kind of do 3 for a couple, then you can go to 4 when the funding catches up. So it just delays the incremental increase a little bit.
Okay, thanks a lot, Grant.
Not seeing anybody else weighing in. Councillor Ketcher to close.
Okay, thank you. So once again, I'm not asking for an infinite one, and I even cut this one into half just to try and find, because that's probably almost 0.5%. And as Mr. Schaefer indicated, it depends whether you're doing 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 4 blocks. And like anything, the more money you have, of course, the more you can do. I think in a year that we're challenged, I don't know how many blocks you're doing this year, but I would assume you'd get complete blocks done. So.
Yeah, that's correct. We're doing plans to do 2.
Yeah. Okay. So once again, just as I said, I missed some of the votes this morning, so I'm trying to catch up on maybe what was out or what was in, and so I'm just throwing the flags out that I had, and hoping to influence you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that motion is defeated. All right. You turned off your mic, but you should just leave it on. We've done all of somebody else's. So 4.3, Project 26011, Local Transit Bus Stop Improvement. Councillor Ketcher.
So this one, I'm going to have Lindsay and Richard come down, because I flagged it because we've got the money in, the current money in, and it's based on concrete pad installation. But I guess my question really came down to, you're trying to do 26, 27, and 28. Is there any reason that if those concrete pads go in this year, that you can't be out trying to get the partners to have those benches go in by like the fall?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Ketcher, I've actually already reached out to some of the contractors we know that do benches. If we get the concrete pads installed throughout the summer, then definitely starting in the fall, we could start getting those benches installed in 2026. It was just our original plan was to spread the improvements over a number of years, not knowing whether or not there were bench companies out there that could do this for us at no charge. So in the original plan, it would be the city funding those benches, and our plan had been to space that out to spread the costs over multiple years. But with contractors available that can do this at no cost to the city, yes, we can accelerate the bench installations once the pads are installed.
So I guess procedurally, because it's showing in the budget this way, this would be to Mr. Fleming, or Ms. Bouger, do we need to have a motion to move the benches into 2026 since there's no funding request for that? Anybody?
Through the chair, so Just to confirm with staff here, the benches are included in this pot of funding? They're not. So it's not, they're not funded. So there would need to be some sort of resolution to get them funded.
Your worship, to Mayor, to Councillor Catcher, the request for funding is for the pads, and the benches are basically installed by a contractor for free with no cost. So the contractor can sell advertising and make money that way. That's basically how it works. So there's no cost to the city for the benches, from what I understand. So can we install pads and then contact the contractors and see if they're interested to put some benches so they can sell the advertising at no cost to the city? Yes, we can do that. We can just modify our projects to approach it that way.
So there's
So for us, it's just to change the scope to, as we install those concrete pads, then we also work in order to get those benches there. There's no guarantees because we want to make sure that the contractors or whoever we're going to approach are comfortable to come and do that on their timeline. But this is something that, as Lindsay said, we're going to approach and try to achieve in 2026.
Sorry, go ahead. Is there any motion needed then to achieve what she's saying? Mr. Fleming is saying no.
No.
Okay. Are you comfortable with that?
I think we hear you clear on this one. So
okay. Okay. Just 1 second, Councillor Ndar. Councillor Nguyen had a motion on transit. Are you good or?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, but you had a question. Yeah.
Okay. Hit your mic then, Councillor. Yep, that's okay. Go ahead, Councillor Ndar.
So just so I understand this correctly, Richard, so the benches would be installed by a third-party contractor, and then they would use the benches to advertise as a way for them to fund this. Is that correct?
So Mayor Macon to Councillor Rondeau, that's correct.
So it's like the back of the bench would then be advertised, whatever that square part is? Okay. Yep. Is there, I guess the rationale for going that route is that the benches are then free? And will that rationale then extend to other things beyond benches, like for advertising and so forth around the city? And maybe a question to Mr. Fleming, like, I guess that is a change in direction by the city.
Through the mayor, do we have bus benches now that have advertising on them? We do. So we've already been doing this.
But I thought it's the city that advertises on some of those, right? Mm-hmm. Like I've seen like Vision Zero's things on them.
Go ahead.
Yes, through the mayor too, Councillor Ronda. Yes, we do have 4 benches that are at bus stops that we do sell advertising space on the back of those benches. As we do have some city-owned ads, we don't charge advertising rates for those ones. We just have to pay for the printing and the install. But yes, other private companies can pay for the ad space on the back of those benches and at some shelters that we own today.
Okay, and if we wanted to do these benches ourselves and then still have the advertising flexibility as we do now, what would the administration look at the cost of that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randall, we would need to get some updated costs, but one metal bench probably is in the range of $4,000 to $5,000 per bench. So if we are wanting to get benches at even half of the 65 locations, that is a significant cost to the city. So by going with a third-party advertiser, which is common practice in transit agencies, we do save a lot in taxpayer dollars.
Okay, and last question, sorry, does getting that third-party advertiser for those locations then tie us into having to use those locations for a certain period of time as the contract would stipulate?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randa, the concrete pads are fairly permanent and will be there for many, many years. And the contractor would have contracts with advertisers, and normally there are terms on those contracts that they have. So yes, it would, whatever contractor we ultimately would choose to go with, if this is the direction we'd like to go, we would normally have at least a 5-year contract with them, and then they would have contracts with advertisers that have terms as well.
Got you. Thank you very much for educating me on that.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen, did you have a motion that you still wanted to present? Okay. On transit, go ahead.
So I will make the motion that budget item 26011, local transit bus stop improvements, be removed from 2026 budget.
That services is good. Okay, I'll accept the motion. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, so the transit bus stop improvements have to do with, I think, around 50 cement pads that are eventually going to be used to house, or I would assume anchor a bus bench there, and then shelters and refuse containers. These are all life cycle replacement capital assets that the city will own and therefore encumber future operating expenses for garbage cleanup, maintenance, say snow removal or cleanup of the cement pads. And I think these pads themselves have around a 37,000, if I'm not wrong, operating reserve reserve contribution for life cycle replacement as well. It's a $350,000 budgetary proposal, which does affect affect the expenditure on our transit program within City of Fort Saskatchewan. I do see this item as absolutely good candidate to be removed from the budget, given all of the areas of impact on the costs that it incurs. So I'll leave it at there for now and can hear from the rest of council.
Go ahead, Councillor Harris.
Can you remind me of the funding for this particular project?
To the Mayor, to Councillor Harris, there's two sources of funding related to this project. The first one is the Capital Projects Reserve for $210,000.
Right.
The second one is the Canadian Permanent Transit Fund grant of $140,000. So it's partially funded through grant if we are successful with this project through this grant.
And so taking the money out of the budget just reduces the amount we draw down from the reserve.
That's an approach that we can have, yeah.
No. Is that kind of what would be coming out of?
Yeah,
I just need to understand
that's
the impact here.
It comes from a reserve, and
it has no impact on the tax levy this year.
I will leave this question to Mr.
Streetman.
Yeah.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, no, it has no impact on the taxes.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of the way I just wanted to make sure that I cycled back to that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ketcher.
Thank you. So I won't be supporting the motion. I'm very privileged to have a vehicle and be able to get into it and drive where I want to go. But there's many people in our community that utilize the bus for local and even for commuter. And this is step one of being able to move forward with finally getting some shelters on there. We can't get shelters without the concrete pads. We can't get the benches without the concrete pads. And so everything is one step at a time. And this is just to make life a little bit better for those who are already quite vulnerable and require or, utilize the bus. I see people all along South Fort Drive and especially over by Walmart and Canadian Tire, and they're standing out there with their bags or they've got a stroller and they're on a little patch of grass or something. So I think for compassionate grounds, we need to start moving forward on getting our transit to a level that shows our city really cares about people who utilize the service. So can't support this one.
Councillor Rondawa.
Just a question regarding the source of funding. So if this was removed from this year's budget, would grant funding still be available for next year?
Through the mayor to Councillor Renda, we would need to confirm with the federal government because there are minimum spending requirements over the next 10 years. So if we were to not proceed with this project, we would need to have a conversation with them to make sure that we're still going to be able to meet the minimum requirements over the next 10 years.
And through the mayor to Councillor Rondeau, just to add to the answer here, like previously explained with another grant, sometimes we apply for grants with certain projects, and then basically those grants are approved based on us completing those projects. And I believe that this one is part of the projects that we applied for to have this funding. So it's very specific to what we do and what we apply for.
Okay, so what
I cannot just put it to something else, but maybe I can increase the amount to another project. But there's going to be this. We provide information to the grantors in terms of here's a project, is how much it is how we believe it's going to go. So we're going to have to make some discussion in the future on if this is removed as a project to see if how we can adjust our grants. So it's
okay, so it's
there's
not
a process that we need to follow, and then it puts this back into their hands.
okay. And so let me back up. So this is not the same as like LGFF, where we kind of accumulate over time. This is based on the projects. So is that information potentially possible to get to council before we would finalize a vote on this? Like whether it's extending these benches over 2 years or something like that? Because I don't believe Councillor Noyen's intent, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to remove this like permanently. It's just we're having a tough budget year and so forth. So is it possible if we were to refer this motion potentially to be able to get that grant information before we would vote?
I can reach out to the contacts at the through the federal government. I can't say how long it would take them to provide a response, though. We need to make a minimum spending over the next 10 years, so we could potentially start the funding from 2026 to 2036 or 2027 to 2037, but it will depend on what their rules are and whether or not they would find that acceptable. So we can inquire, but I can't guarantee when I would get a response.
And to the mayor, to Councillor Aranda, while talking about experience with federal grants, it takes some time and analysis for them as well. So sometimes it's a back and forth. It can take some time. So we may not have the answers before you make a decision. It's out of our hands at that time. It's up to them.
For sure. And people can shake their heads a bit or yes or no, but like even referring this for a week, would that give us at least maybe a time to get an administrative report on the impacts and so forth? I don't know. No? Okay. Okay, no
I
worries.
can't guarantee an answer in a week dealing with another level of government on a grant with a question like that.
Okay, thank you.
I can't guarantee it.
Councillor Blizzard.
So keeping on with the grant, since we're discussing it, is the grant a given or we have just applied and are hoping it'll come?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, we have submitted our expression of interest last year, which was approved, and that gave us the funding that we would receive over the next 10 years, or the approximate amount. But now we have submitted our capital plan, which has a little bit more information on those projects that were in our expression of interest, and we are still waiting to get our approval on that capital plan. So in theory, our grant has been approved, our application has been approved, but we still need the formal approval in principle provided from the government. We have heard of only one other Alberta municipality who has received their approval of their capital plan. There's just a backlog due to the federal government right now and their budgeting. So there's a very high likelihood that we will get the grant, but we cannot guarantee it.
Okay, and is it tied into us spending money too? Like sometimes there's a, 2/3, 1/3 with a grant. Do we have to pay that amount?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, yes, it's a 40-60 split, so the federal government will fund up to 40% of the project.
Okay, yeah, I can't see delaying this because I do feel we need to make sure the transit stops are, number one, in good condition. I mean, in wet weather, grass isn't ideal. It gets muddy too if it starts to get used more, which we are hoping. And also, sorry, I'm a sitter, and so I get it when people are standing there sometimes waiting a while for a bus that they might like to sit down to wait. So I just think we need to move forward on this, so I'm not going to support this motion.
Councillor Noyen, did you want to wait to close? Can I go to Councillor Harris, or do you want to make a comment? Okay. Councillor Harris?
I consider myself to be the transit guy. I helped the city apply for its first transit pilot project with the provincial government. So we did that. We ran the buses out to Clairview, And ultimately it came home and it became a local program. So I fully support transit, and I fully support the need to be able to ensure that our infrastructure to support transit users is up to date and is as comfortable and safe as possible. And it is a tough budget year, but I don't see the way this thing's being funded, and that's why I asked the question about the funding to ensure that as grant funding, it's not hitting our ratepayers in a negative context. And so I think we have to maintain our commitment to infrastructure in this regard. And so I would not support the resolution in that regard.
Councillor Nguyen, did you want to make a comment? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, since there's two more, thank you. So we've learned something new here, that we don't know that the grant is guaranteed. So I wouldn't see the issue with referring this back to administration for an update and brought back to council for a funding request when we know that the grant has been approved. And then further, and then I did have a question as well. You said that the grant applies to the capital project. Does that include all components in future years of this capital project as well? So these $4,000 benches that are in, I think, 2027?
To the Mayor, to Councillor Nguyen, there's no cost to the benches.
There's no cost for
benches. There's no cost to the benches. If we did ourselves, but there's no cost to the city for the benches. It's free, and the company brings the benches to sell advertising. That's how they make their money. That's basically how the benches comes in. 2028, we have plans to bring some shelters and garbage cans, and yes, there will be a cost to that. But since the grant is about $142,000 a year, that we receive a letter from the minister to confirm that, but still there's some other works that needs to be done to confirm everything. Then what we do is we look at that grant and say, how can we apply it over years and to the project itself? So our strategy was to put the pads, apply $142,000 for 2026 for that, not put any money in 2027. And 2028, when we get to the other amenities, then we can apply another $142,000 a year for that and keep building that way. So it's just a way of using the grant over time, over years. So it's not a one-time grant; it's an annual grant that comes at $142,000 a year.
Right. Okay. I appreciate that further information. We don't really get too deep into how grants work, and that's your area of expertise. The capital project itself and my motion isn't exactly, as it's kind of been alluded to, for or against transit in Fort Saskatchewan. It's expenditure that is ongoing through future years that is caused by this budget request. And furthermore, if we're being funded through grants at a federal capacity, that is taxpayer grant funding at a federal level, whether we are paying for it through a municipal budget or not, is in the big picture to me a bit inconsequential. But this is the work that our administration is doing, and I try to weigh that every time I look at a capital or operating proposal that involves grants or no grants. So I do think at this point that it would be great for, as was suggested before, for us to have a little bit more information when there's more certainty from our administration on what they've done and how the progress is looking in that capacity, and we could make the evaluation at then. So I would be prepared to make a motion to refer this back to administration. I'll wait to close to comment any further.
Councillor Wesley.
Okay, I appreciate Councillor Nguyen's comments that there is only one taxpayer and there's no such thing as free federal money or free provincial money, for sure. I'm just curious as to, are all 50 concrete pads necessary?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, every bus stop should be equipped with a concrete pad that ensures accessibility for passengers. Having amenities in addition to that is nice to have, but the main priority for the concrete pads is to make sure that they are accessible for those with mobility needs, and to make sure that we have a waiting area for passengers that is not in the sidewalk that impedes pedestrian flows. So yes, there is a concrete pad required at all those 50 locations.
Okay, I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around it. I understand the aspirational goal, but for a lot of those 50 stops, how do we know that that's an issue?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, perhaps you can restate the question. So
I'm just saying I understand the goal, right? Accessibility obviously is a laudable and great goal. What I'm trying to get at is for all those 50 bus stops, is it absolutely necessary? Are there people with mobility issues that are using all 50 of those? I guess is what I'm trying to say.
All right, through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. Yes, we'd like to provide equal service at all locations. So we want to make sure that regardless of whether or not you are fully mobile or have mobility needs, that you can access transit and at any location. We don't tend to pick and choose the locations based on accessibility needs. We like to create that standard level for all passengers, regardless of their mobility needs.
Okay, thanks.
Not seeing any. Patrick, Councillor Nguyen, do you want to close?
I would hope that every member of council has kind of a decent grasp on this and the information that is necessary to make a decision. I don't think there is anything further that I'll say, and prepared to vote on it at this point. So I'm good.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Oh, good. I voted wrong. Can I recast my vote then, since it's not up there? I did.
To the mayor, to be determined.
Can we vote with our cards then, really quickly?
I think we may have to. I thought we could go a meeting without a technical error, but it seems no. Yeah, if you can just vote by card.
It's not been recorded.
Ideally, you can all vote at the same time, but
it's not been recorded. Go ahead.
Jacob, just Patrick and Alan are in favor. Everyone else is opposed. Just Alan and
don't
Patrick
touch anything
in
on your
favor,
screen.
everyone else opposed. Apologies for the technical issue.
Okay, but I wasn't watching. There we go. Defeated. Thank you. Sorry about that. Nothing else on transit. Seeing nothing. 4.4, Project 26020, new docks at Lions Community Fish Pond. Councillor Ketcher.
So I'm just going to move that Project 26020 be removed from the budget. I think there was a lot of discussion and a lot of even debate when this project was talked about, that 2 docks in there are sufficient at this point in time. And even though I know it's being funded from another type of grant, that money could be ported over to something else. I'm sure you could find a use for it. So that's my motion.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion, and you have spoken in favor of it. I'll go to Councillor Harris.
I'll support that motion. I was down at West River's Edge the other day and walked out onto the new dock we just put in. That was a great addition. It's very accessible. I think it's in about as strategic location as we could get it. Reflecting on where the Lions dock is, I think it should have been right in front of the pavilion, quite frankly, as opposed to where it is, but it is where it is. And I honestly believe that 2 docks on that lake are more than enough, because if you're going to put another dock in, it's either going to be right in front of the Lions Pavilion or it's going to be at the far end, which would be an accessibility issue. So I definitely support removing that project. If we were going to rationalize the docks at West River's Edge Lake, then that's a whole nother story. But I don't think we're there, and I don't think we need a third dock in that lake. It's too small.
Councillor Randawa.
Alrighty, so question with this is the cost of 80,000. There's no tax impact with that. Is there beyond the $2,000 operating? And just a general point, when we make motions going forward, can we please just say the page number all these things are on? Because we start throwing out motions and I'm like flipping for the first 2 minutes of everything. Yeah, no, I'm on it now, but no, you're too fast.
It's a good point,
yeah.
if you know it.
So if we could just slow down the start of all the motions by like 30 seconds, that'd be great.
Yeah, so to the Mayor, to Councillor Randawa, page 2-25.
Thank you.
There will be an operating impact of about $2,100 for insurance and maintenance in 2026, and then we have to put an annual contribution to the reserve of about just a bit more than $8,000 in 2027. So overall, it's a total impact of just over $10,000 over 2 years.
Okay, but the docks themselves, they come from a grant that is not contingent on us really doing anything. Like, does that grant money take away from other ways we can move that money around? That's the part I'm trying to understand.
I can answer that question,
Go ahead.
Mayor, through to Council Randawa. It's the Canadian Building Fund, CCBF.
Yeah. Canada Community Building Fund.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
So, yes, that can be redirected to something else
Okay.
in the budget.
Would we have something we can redirect that to in the budget currently?
I'll leave it to...
You could redirect it to the road programs. You could redirect it to... There's probably a handful of things that I...
So there are things.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the last one, I didn't vote for removing the bus stops because there was the grant funding, which I didn't realize originally. But with this, if we can move this grant funding to something else, yeah, I'm okay with it. Or I would even be fine with just one new dock instead of all these. But yeah, I think we got to move things somewhere.
Councillor Blizzard.
Well, I had the same question, but I will say I'll support this. If we can use the grant funding somewhere else that may affect our budget and lower some, you know, we have a bike park, we have all kinds of other things going on that we can direct it to. We have 2 docks right now at the fish pond, and I could see having another one maybe at the far end sometime. Do we need 4 more? You know, that's quite a bit. The pond isn't that big, unless you make it a clean pond and offer a diving board. But yeah, I'm okay with removing this, so I'll support this motion.
Thank you very much. Not seeing anybody else. Councillor Ketcher to close.
Nothing to close.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote.
Think about it, Lisa.
That has carried. All right. I was just going to suggest a 10-minute break. It's 1:40, coming back at 1:50. No objections to that. 1:50. All right, welcome back.
This one, I'm sorry.
Welcome back, everybody.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
We are live.
It's our time now.
We are live. Thank you. Bringing it back. 4.6 staffing position considerations. Councillor Ketcher flagged this. I do believe we're going to be going down the list, but you can find this information in
22.3.
Say it again.
22.3.
22.3 is where the full list of positions are.
Just
go ahead, Councillor Ketcher.
Just before we get to that, there was a good question that was asked of me because we took the 360 out of the roads, but then we took 80,000 out of a different grant one. So my question to Mr. Fleming, so if there's no other request for that 80,000, do you need a motion to have that 80,000 just go back onto the other one?
Through your worship, there were two different grants there. Like what I was trying to get from you in the break is what your intent is with the reduction of the 360,000, because it was there to replace LGFF funding, and we don't have any available LGFF funding. So if other projects are removed at some point through the process and LGFF funding is freed up, were you okay? Like, would it have been your understanding that that grant funding stays in there and the roads rehab budget stays the same, or does it reduce?
So at the end of the budget, if there was LGFF funding available for that from any of these, then I would be comfortable to have that reinstated.
Leave it in.
But only if we make some reductions where the LGFF is reallocated.
We would have to, because it's fully allocated right now.
Yeah, but there's now 80,000 that Shannon can move around.
That's in CCBF.
Pardon?
CCBF.
I know it's a different one, but maybe there's another project that's under LGFF. So,
but we can see how the budget goes, and I'll clarify with you and council at the end.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. No, that's good.
Okay. So just looking at the personnel summary on 22-3.
So
we're looking under new recommendations and starting there.
Yeah. So I think the idea is so originally I would have liked to have just thrown a number out, because at the end of the day, the city manager has the right to move. Once he has the money, he can move the money anywhere he wants. But it's my understanding that if we see one that we want to reduce or eliminate, then we should do them individually. And so I guess we'll go that route, and don't leave me hanging here, folks. So,
well, I could read out the new recommendation, and then if somebody wanted to put a motion on that one in particular, and if they don't, we can skip it. Would that be fair?
That would be okay.
Okay. So we will just go down the list. At administration, please tell me if I missed something, because I'm just going by the summary. So new recommendation 31-0029, fire equipment maintenance in-house position. I am not seeing anyone for that one. Recommendation 61-0104, building inspector. Not seeing any. Go ahead. Yep, absolutely.
I just want to ask a question on that. For the building inspector and planning technician, are we utilizing offsetting revenues, or are we strictly adding new tax dollars to these?
Ms. Smith-Duguid?
Through the mayor, the building inspector is 100% funded through the fees. The planning technician is 40% funded through the fees.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. 61-0105, planning technician. Not seeing any. 72-0225, parks growth plan. And so that one includes labor to temp parks. Councillor Andawa, question or motion?
Kind of a question with this one. So if this doesn't get approved, what are the true impacts to service levels? Because we got some information, I think, thanks to Councillor Nguyen's information request, just about different mitigating strategies council could use. And I found them to be quite large mitigating strategies with not correspondingly large financial impacts, meaning like we could go from cutting the grass every 7 days to 14 days, but the cost difference wasn't as big as I would have assumed.
To the Mayor, to Councillor Rondeau, just let me get to my notes and then I'll answer the questions the best I can.
Take your time. I'm the one that complained about not knowing page numbers like 10 minutes ago.
Okay. When we created a growth plan for 2026, there's 3 components to this one. One is a full-time employee to do litter and garbage control. Another one is to combine 4 temporary positions into 2 full-time positions. And the third one is a team lead. So it's upgrading an operator 2 position to a team lead. So it's not a new position, it exists, we just upgraded. It's a reclassification. So effects on service levels. Let's talk about the litter and garbage control. When we created the plan, we had an issue with cleaning up our litter and garbage in parks. And it was one of the solutions that we had to not to get behind anymore and basically and address the issue that we had in 2023, for which we have improved a bit at this time. Litter and garbage control right now is done by, in theory, 1 person. But if 1 person is not there, that person is not there, then maybe another employee will chip in, go in and do litter and garbage control. Right? We can see that. We found that it's way more efficient to have a person dedicated to that task than having other people coming in and then chipping in and doing this. Why? It's because there's a routine to this and there's a route. And I will just use the utility waste, the waste removal in residential. The day you change the driver, that's the day you're going to have the most complaints about garbage removal. So when we have a person dedicated to this, then for us, it helps to have a routine in place and the person knows exactly how to optimize their route in order to get to the garbage and everything else. We have a deficit, actually, in terms of labor to do the garbage. So we discussed this item, and through what we have is basically a need, and I'm just going back to some of my notes here, to do to service a certain amount of garbage per week. It's basically close to about 450 to 500 garbage cans a week that we have to do. And when we have 1 person doing that, we can only service 270 a week. So there's half missing. So we're not doing it. What we do is a person that is doing this knows very well that there's certain garbage can that will be more in needs than others. And then maybe we can skip this one and then move to the next one so we don't have to do all of them in a sense, right? And as the community, so we're already not servicing everything.
So can I just stop you there to clarify something? So you said that we have about 450 garbage cans around the city, and we currently have staffing against 270 a week?
Yeah, for servicing.
Okay, so our service level right now is once every 2 weeks on average.
For half of them.
Okay. And this would improve it to once every week then, having a
Yeah,
full-time
exactly.
position?
Exactly.
Okay.
And there's another part of the equation is that we're growing. And we're going to have more garbage can coming up in the future because we're going to have more trails, more parks. The lessons that we learned is don't get behind and stay on top of this. Because littering garbage control is a item that if it's not done, we get complaints. And we basically need to ensure to make sure that this is there's a sanitary aspect to that. And in our view, there's nothing worse than getting into a park and having a whole bunch of garbage around, sitting there and having the experience with kids and families when there's pizza boxes and all that stuff that has not been picked up. So for us, it's not acceptable. And this is something that to help with our service level, this employee will be doing. And this comes with another project, a capital project. So a truck, a quarter-ton truck, is assigned to that staff as well to go do the work. So that's the component of the of this. There's other things we do, like garbage and litter control also happens in the dog park. And for those who knows what we're picking up, then this is very heavy as well, and it's and sometimes you need two people to help lift all those things. So that's why we asked to have a lift at the back of a truck so we can lift the very heavy type of litter. So the risk on the service on a service level point of view is that we're going to get behind, and we're not getting smaller, we're getting bigger. So that was one of the solutions that we have.
Got it. Yep.
And we didn't leave it to that, Councillor Rondoa. Staff look in 2024 and 2025 on how we can temporarily help this. And that's why we had also some garbage pickup happening in a weekend. So we basically assigned some staff to go do that in a weekend at time when they have time. So because in a weekend, this is where basically the community is hopping, right? You have events, people are in parks, they're enjoying themselves. So there's parties and things like that. So we do have a need to monitor fire pits, garbage cans in very popular parks, as well as helping with other type of function like special events and things like that. So we have done a bit of capacity to do that. Now, regarding the aspect of combining the, I will go first with the team lead, taking an operator two to a team lead. We have a need for supervision of staff in the weekends and during the days as well, the weekdays. Currently, we have one foreman and one team lead, and then they oversee sometime over 50 people. And since we also have operations 7 days a week and sometimes 24 hours a day, then there's a need to have greater supervision to support the foreman. And we establish a team lead position over the next 4 years, for which the first one came in 2025, the second one in 2026, and the third one will come in 2028 to spread the cost. So we can provide that support needed to supervise staff in a context of 24/7, 7 days a week. In order to do that, we take operators, instead of asking for a team lead position and a full-time position like that, we take an operator two, and an operator, and we upgrade that operator to a team lead. So now I'm losing an operator. So when we look at combining the four position, temporary position into two full-time position, again, it helps with retention of the staff. It helps with training as well. So, and we don't have to hire and fire these people twice a year. And it adds operating hours that compensate for the operators that I'm losing. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I just wanted to flesh this out a little bit more because you showed us a cost savings chart due to my flagging of the parks operations programs. I think it was mine. And I guess an assumption was made that let's go like that maybe council wanted to see 7 days mowing to 14. Like that to me is rather like a drastic change in mowing days. I just thought here, like when you're describing your park operations and the absolute need, and I agreed, pick up litter is part of the park experience, having clean parks, mowed parks, right? Have you considered if instead of doing it on a 7-day rotational cycle, if say the litter is kind of half of what our service level needs to be, right? Extending the mowing program to 8 or 9 days and then using those operators to do litter pickup. Is that a crossover that can happen, or are people that mow lawns only qualified to mow lawns and then there's a specific team for... I'm just trying to think of how our park maintenance can be done in a way, because we have so many growing parks and it's adding a lot to your portfolio in a way that our resources are used in the best capacity, and it's a great efficient program. But you know, maybe that gives you some latitude if we kind of change the service level in that way, for mowing every 9 days to keep our parks cleaner, kind of thing. Has this kind of discussion happened at your departmental level, and what are your thoughts on something like that?
So this is a little bit outside the growth plan operation about staffing. This is more about overall general service levels and how we do that. I mean, there's many ways to provide services, right? We just try to find what's the most efficient way to do that. And for litter and garbage control, we believe that 2 people dedicated to that task is more efficient than having sometime a person going, and then if the person is not there, then we send 2 students to do that. And then because now they're no longer available here, they can come in and move. And we support each other. There's no doubt that if there's a need to send a crew, let's say, I'll give an example. We have a windstorm, and we need to send a few staff to go and clean up a windstorm, branches and everything else to help the arborists. And sometimes we do send other departments to help us out, like roads, to help us out with those type of things. So these things happen. For the aspect of let's say reducing mowing and sending those people to do other things, well, it's how you juggle your resources. It's always possible, but when you hire people to do certain tasks, and I'll say mowing, then you train them for that, and you have them only for 16 weeks, right, to do these type of things, because you have summer students, so they don't last like the whole year. And litter and garbage control, it's something that happens the entire year. So there's possibilities in the summer to adjust things, but maybe you lose some efficiency because then you send some people who don't have that routine. Again, it's the same thing that we see with waste removal in residential. Change the driver, and then you have it's a different service that you get.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer, Richard. I'm sure you're doing things extremely efficiently, and that gives me context. You know, the litter pickup in the summer and the 16-week and the training cycle that has to happen. So, just maybe brief comment then. Actually, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave that for now. Thank you for the response.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, to your question, just to add on to what Mr. Gagnon said, yes, absolutely, we could adjust the days for how long it takes to mow grass. The 14 days that was provided in your council package was just an example, but it could be 9 days, 10 days, 12 days.
And I meant to ask this earlier as well, but I might as well since we're talking about it. So usually just with the cycle of say grass cutting in the summer, which is quite a big part of your portfolio. Would you deem it as essential that the calendar week be followed? And, like you go to one location on Monday and then carry on, and then it resets on Monday. Is that why the 7-day cycle exists? And going to 8 or 9 or 10 days would really throw a loop in where people are at any given day of the week.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, I will ask Cal Waite, who has been very involved with that program, to maybe provide some comments on that technical aspect.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen. That 7-day is really just the goal for us. We don't follow necessarily on Monday we are here, on Tuesday we are here, because all it takes is one rain day to throw off the entire schedule. So that 7-day is what we aim to get to each site. So every week we're getting to each park space and cutting it and making it look nice. There may be times where it takes 8 days before we get there, and maybe that's because of a rain, or maybe it's really dry out and we don't necessarily have to get to a park space in that 7 days because we're not seeing the kind of growth that we do. We're kind of subject to Mother Nature, and we work with that. But the 7-day is what we aim to strive to get to every park space and be able to cut on a typical growing period and make sure it's looking good over that week.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Interesting conversation. I've sat through these service level discussions many, many times, and it comes down to what's the optimal frequency to cut grass, for example, because if you let it go too long, then you've got a lot of long, shaggy grass lying out there, and then you got people complaining about the scope. Look at the city of Edmonton, what they've done in terms of parks maintenance. They've reduced their parks maintenance standards probably by about 75%. And it's terrible. And, what they're doing in terms of mowing along roads, take a drive, any major road in Edmonton, it's horrible. And so it comes down to what is the visual impact to people seeing long, shaggy grass or not picking up, as Mr. Gagnon said, picking up the litter on an ongoing basis. And so that's what it comes down to. And I have to look to administration to say, what is the optimal level for that service level? And this is what it is. And here's what you can expect. And here's the cost to achieve that optimal level, as opposed to cutting it back by 15, 20, 30%. Because ultimately that generates all kinds of negative feedback from the public. And then we'll hear it in a different context. So I guess I have to look to administration. What is the optimal level for something like grass cutting? And that's a rhetorical question. I don't want the answer right now, but so getting additional staff added because we have increased volume, and that's the essence, is it not? We have increased volume, and we need staff to maintain the same service level as we grow. So it just comes down to how shaggy do you want it to look?
And your worship, to Councillor Harris, the 7 days a week is, I think, an average, because truly what happened is, and you can refer to your own experience as well as you mow your own grass. But when you get to May, June, then you may have to mow the grass every 5 days or 6 days. And then when you get to basically August, September, then maybe every 10 days will work, right? So, but 7 days, that's kind of what we see there. There's also, there's an aspect of mowing grass and having a nice surface that is well maintained and groomed, but there's also weed control into this, right? So if there's a greater chance to have weeds growing if you extend your mowing to maybe 14 days, right? That's a risk to do that. In general, and I don't want to go too deep into this, but last year we had a very good year for grass because we had rain in May and June, a good amount of rain that let the grass grow, and the weeds basically did not had too much chance to grow. But when you have a dry time at this time, if May and June is dry, then the weeds will come up. And if you have more weeds, then we may have to use basically chemicals and things like that to get rid of this as well. a good way to control the weed is to mow your grass, right? It's another way to do that. So there's pros and cons, but if you're looking at a difficult year, we can adjust service level, and it comes with, especially for my experience I have with parks, it comes with potential complaints and potential us having to return back to maybe ensuring those complaints and having not too much choice than reversing this. And then we basically have to satisfy the customers. And if we're under budget, then we may get into a deficit if it's needed. But we control that. We can do, if council wants to change service level, it is what it is, and then we can do that, but there's an impact. And I think that our service level is giving us a very good balance at this time. I don't think this is a Taj Mahal, but it's definitively a good way, and then we have seen good results over the last few years.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, do you have anything else?
No, I think what you're doing in terms of shifting, at one time when I worked for the city, we were just running 5 day a week. We weren't doing anything on the weekends. And I pushed for that change. So I'm glad to see that we are shifting, notwithstanding there's a whole issue of supervision and safety and all that sort of stuff. But as long as we've got that in hand, if you are maximizing the utilization of both our staff and our equipment in the parks and in roads as well, then I think that we're achieving those optimal balances in terms of service delivery. So I would say, as long as you can look us in the eye and say, yeah, we're achieving those outcomes, then I'm happy with that.
Mayor, to the mayor, to Councillor Harris, I believe we do. And sometimes a little bit of common sense to this. When we extended our maintenance to the weekends as well, for 2 days, I have trucks and I have mowers and I have equipment that can be used that I don't have to go purchase if I was doing everything in 5 days. Because then I have a limited amount of time to use a certain amount of equipment. Now I have 2 extra days that I have all the equipment we want in the weekends to go do this. So there is a totally inefficiency on that. And then, but we need to provide some supervision as well during that time.
Thank you. I will move on then, not seeing anyone for a motion. 24-0040, full-time firefighter positions. I believe there is a motion on this one. Sure. Did anyone have anything on the bike skills operating impact? Yeah.
So during the presentations, I did ask the question because if it gets approved and built this year, I asked the question, are you going to need that full funding, or can you spread that out and have so much funding this year because you'd only have maybe a little bit in the fall, and then the position would actually come into effect in 2027?
To the mayor, to Councillor Catcher, we reviewed the operating impact last week with Recreation, Community Protection Services, and Parks, and we decided that we can move the entire operating impact of 2026 into 2027. So there's no need to split, because most likely, potentially, this will come if it's approved in October. So for 2 months, there's no point of looking at a small amount for that. So the full operating impact will be in 2027, $17,500 for maintenance, and a little bit more than $5,000 for transfer to reserve.
Okay, so I'll make a motion. So that's still on that page, to remove 25020. So that's 8,512,000. So is that, well, it's got planning, overtime, and bike skills, so operating, so I'm not sure.
Planning overtime, I think, is a different one, but it was just an adjustment. Is that accurate? Or is that part of bike skills part? No, what I said was accurate. Ms. Smith Duguid? Yep. Okay, so the $12,000 is just like a planning adjustment in their department. It's not to do with the bike skills park.
Okay, so 8,500.
Correct.
So to remove the 8,500.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to remove 25020 bike skills park operating impact and to move it to the 2027.
The 8,500.
8,500.
Because I don't know what that 12,000 is.
Go ahead. Did I say something inaccurate?
I'm not too sure where the 8,500 comes from, actually. I'm sorry. Because the operating impact for the bike skill park for 2026 was 17,500. We can move that easily to 2027.
So in our personnel summary, the number is 8,500. So maybe Ms. Andruko?
Through to the mayor, the 8,500 is just a portion of. So the total impact is 17,500 is what we would probably remove and defer to 2027.
What is, so sorry for clarification, then what does the 8,500 represent?
It is the wage portion, and then there is supplies and maintenance as the other portion.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
This makes more sense. All right. So the total number then is 17,500. All right.
Even better.
I'll accept the motion. Councillor Kutcher, do you wish to say anything else?
No, I think I've said everything and he confirmed it.
Okay. Not seeing anybody weighing in. Do you wish to close?
Nope.
All right. Motion is closed. Please cast your vote. Just needs a minute. We're moving really fast. Sorry. And that is carried. All right. My apologies. Now moving on to 24-0040, full-time firefighter positions. I believe there is a motion on this one. Councillor Randawa.
Yeah, I had a motion I was working with administration on. Could we get that flashed up?
Chief Martins, I'll invite you up. I'm sure there'll be some questions.
Okay, I move that budget recommendation 230040 full-time firefighter positions be amended by increasing the ongoing funding by $238,571 for the purpose of adding 2 additional full-time firefighter positions using the mitigation strategies presented and distributed.
Thank you very much. I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak to that?
For sure. The reason I'm asking for council to support this from moving from 2 to 4 full-time firefighters is because of several reasons. I think first off, when we look at our overtime budget in the fire department, we've been over almost double what we've budgeted for a number of years, spending almost $700,000 a year in overtime rather than the 300 some that's always budgeted. And I think that's just not a sustainable, nor is it a proper accounting practice, but it's not sustainable from a council perspective as well. I think we need to support our firefighters and get that fixed up. And my understanding of this is that this will go a long way in helping support our fire department and our firefighters. There's also savings to this as well. I know there's a big cost at the front, but when we spend this much on overtime, the only way we can really come and bring down our overtime budget is by staffing it appropriately. Currently, anytime an individual is essentially just sick or something, it's boom, it goes straight to overtime. And I don't think we can continue to afford that. So, and that's just the dollar amount story, I would say. Like, we also hear stories of some firefighters being 80 hours of overtime in a 2-week period. I think of just the personal impact to those individuals, and those are the individuals we're asking to keep us safe as well. So I believe this is a really good way to do it. I don't agree with the way we've been budgeting in previous years by just kind of blowing through the budget amount and having that large variance year over year. So it is kind of like, I would say, and thanks to administration for helping me with this, I think it's a unique way to budget for this, but it's going to represent savings for us overall. There's only one taxpayer. We are going to save money on overtime by adding these additional 2 departments, and I feel this kind of cuts maybe some slack in the budget as well. We're going to reduce the overtime budget by a nominal amount currently, just because it's over budget every year, and then we're also going to use some money in the salary mitigation budget. So currently, if we have I think it's about 32 million our total staffing budget, we say that only about 2.6% of that is going to be open at a time due to attrition, hiring, roles being open. We are moving that up by a nominal amount. I think closer to about 3%, and administration can correct me if I'm wrong. And I think that's okay. I think we'll work with that. I look forward to seeing the variance reports in future years. But we need to do this. We need to support our fire department, and this will not increase the tax percentage for our residents. I think it's a win-win.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harris?
Makes a lot of sense. I just note that the recommendation references 230040. In the information here, it's 240040. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Nope, you are not wrong.
One of them's right.
So am I reading something wrong? Is that just... So the budget
24-0040.
but
Yep.
they've got 230040 on
Thank
the
you.
recommendation.
We will do that administrative adjustment. Do you have anything?
Okay.
Yep.
No, it makes sense. Obviously, I'm supportive of the fire services, and if we can achieve an efficiency in relation to utilization of resources to achieve those outcomes at a lesser cost or a lesser additional cost associated with things like overtime, then it certainly makes sense.
Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, I have one maybe clarifying question. Amending the salary mitigation budget. Could you explain to me how that works?
Through the mayor. So every year we budget, in the budget, we budget for everyone's full wage. And then what happens throughout the course of the year is there will be a certain amount of turnover. People will leave for other jobs and whatnot, and positions will be vacant. And that was leaving us with a fairly substantial surplus in our salary and wage budget line. So what we've been doing is we've been writing down, in one line in the budget in the fiscal services area, we have a certain amount that we write down, overall. I think it's around $900,000. And that just brings down the surplus and keeps us from collecting more taxes than we need to pay salaries and wages.
So in essence, this $208,571 in the past would have gone to taxpayers, but now we'll redirect it towards another fire position? Is that kind of like what's going on?
I don't want to speak for him. I think what Councillor Rendell was saying is you have a surplus in your salaries and wages now.
Yeah.
You can increase the amount that you write down and use it to cover off the firefighting positions. I think that's what he's potentially doing.
Yeah.
You can respond. Go ahead.
Yeah. So currently it's about 850,000 on a budget of about 32 million that we set aside for what Mr. Fleming said. My belief is that is conservatively budgeted, and we already budget for it conservatively. So why don't we just use those dollars for something else? Ideally, in a very great scenario, we would use more of the overtime budget to fund this, but that overtime budget has been just so underfunded year over year that we can't do it, I think, the proper way. So I tried to come up with the best way I could so we're not increasing taxes. But when you look at 850,000 on 32 million, it's not a large amount. And you know, in a couple of years, if we see that variance is too high, then we can go and properly account for it. And by then, hopefully, our overtime budget will start to reflect actuals, so we can go there.
Yeah, I get that, but it's still coming out of the taxpayer pocket. It's just it's a left pocket, right pocket kind of thing. Chief, hiring 4 firefighters in one hiring cycle, is there a sufficient pool of talent that we're making sure we get 4 top-notch people and not 3 really good ones, and then one guy that makes you go, oh my gosh, why did we do that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. So we currently pull from within first. So we have a casual pool that it would go out to those members to see if anybody would be interested in that position. And they're all very talented. And then should we not be successful pulling from that pool, then we would look externally for that. And in the past, we've had no challenges with applications through the process. It was over 200 one year, about 160 another year. So we've had no issues with applications and quality of applications.
Okay, awesome. You seem like you'd be a fun guy to work with, so I'm not surprised. Thanks, Chief.
Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, so I'm just trying to look at the numbers because you want to double it, so then there's 4 people. You want to take 208 out of tax mitigation, but then reduce the overtime budget by 30,000. So wouldn't there be an offsetting reduction? So instead of 238,000, wouldn't it be like 208,000? Because if you're reducing it, that's kind of what that says to me.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, so two fire people are 238,571. So you're saying do that times 2, so then they get 4 of them. But then you say reduce the fire services overtime by 30,000. So then wouldn't we have a reduction, like in that line item?
We will, but that line item is already so underfunded. We can't go properly into overtime. Like, every 2 firefighters saves about 90,000 in overtime. But if we cut that overtime budget by 180,000, it's just going to get blown through within like 3 months.
But so I guess my point on the motion, though, is we really don't want to reduce the overtime budget, because otherwise they have to go in and, based on this motion, they have to go into their overtime salaries and cut that by 30,000. Based on this motion,
yes,
what I'm
this
reading.
does cut overtime by 30,000. I think that is council sending a message that we can't continue to have $700,000 overtime budgets, and that by adding firefighters, we do expect to see our overtime decrease, which I believe is understood by Fire Chief.
So I have to ask the fire chief, isn't that just arbitrary if we're already paying that? So we would still be over budget on overtime?
Through the mayor, Councillor Ketzer. So, you know, with the 30,000 reduction, that would be a great start to see where we then move through the next year with the 4, and there could be again possibilities of reducing that further the next year when we see that. We will have overtime come through for still, you know, training and sick time and some of the other things that we're seeing, lieu time as well. But again, to start reducing that, so we're kind of showing that we are reducing based on the addition of firefighters. We thought that the modest 30,000 would be sufficient for this year.
Okay, and this question is to Mr. Fleming. So if we adjust the mitigation budget by 208,000, does that mean when we hit 2027, then we're adding that 238,000 in that one to make up for this? Because at some point in time, you can't keep using mitigation.
Through the mayor, you are correct about that. What we'll have to do is see what the actuals are as we go through 2026, depending on our turnover. I mean, that budget should rise as the staffing pool grows over the years. But this may be a little bit too much too fast, but again, we can monitor the actuals through 2026. And perhaps if we do have enough turnover and whatnot, maybe it'll maybe it will match up. I mean, we have seen variation in that over the years, so, but we may need to come back and top it up again, or well, lower it back down, I guess is a better term. But.
And last question for you. So by doing it this way, there's no tax implication for 2026?
Through the mayor, I think that's what Councillor Rendau was trying to achieve, is to find some offsets to advance these positions without increasing the tax impact.
Okay, and that's what I think everybody just has to understand. So it just doesn't have a tax impact in 2026, may in 27, but okay, thanks.
Councillor Blizzard.
I guess the plan though was for next year to have these two anyway, so we're just moving up the second two, correct? Or was that not for a few years?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, so you're correct. Then the plan was to continue to come the year over year to 2029 with 2 additional asks. Yes. We're
So
just moving it up.
this does make a lot of sense because when I first saw it, I thought, that's a little different. So we're going to add 2 to 2 of the shifts, but that still leaves the other 2 shifts short and constantly, chronically needing overtime anytime someone can't work. So this, to me, does make a lot of sense. But this is for, well, maybe finance. So I guess 2024 would be the best one to look at because we have the full year. But what was our personnel surplus in 2024? Do you know that? Or what are we thinking it's going to be this year? If that's maybe easier, more current? Like, is this, because you said you already do it by a certain amount. So now we're adding another 208 that we're going to say we're going to have an extra surplus. Is that reasonable?
Well, through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, if memory serves me, at the T2, we forecasted the year-end staffing surplus to be about 482,000, I believe. So, and that includes the salary mitigation credit or adjustment as it is now. Increasing that by 208,000 next year could run the slight risk of potentially having a staffing deficit. In other words, if that 482,000 was less and this adjustment wasn't in place, we'd be very close to zero. That would be, in my opinion, the only consequence to doing this. We'd be increasing the salary mitigation to just over $1 million, which reduces the overall budget for staffing. So if we're in a very similar close situation, it could be close to a staffing deficit. But again, we could have a staffing survey. It all depends on the number of leaves during the year, vacations, or sorry, not vacations, but leaves of absences and staff turnover.
So we budget about, like currently every year, about 400,000 would be a surplus. We kind of expect that.
No, the salary mitigation, what it's designed to do is to allow for vacancies so that it would have potentially reduce the amount of a surplus if we didn't include it. And so what I'm saying is if we increase the value of that salary mitigation, then we're reducing the budget overall for salaries. So we're taking a bit of risk there that we could lower the eventual surplus and could push it near
be in a deficit situation. Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with the positions, but I'm kind of concerned about the funding and the risk involved with that because we have had years where we didn't have a huge surplus in overall. I'm not saying the personnel, but in general. So that's the only thing I guess I would be concerned with. But otherwise, if this does go through, I definitely do want to see how our overtime does next year. I'm sure we all will want to see that. Even if it's only 2. If it doesn't go through and we stick to the 2, I would like to see where our overtime expenses sit after adding 2 or 4 firefighters. We've still got someone else in the lineup, so I'll listen some more.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just take off from that and maybe request that, fiscal year end 2026, a very simple table that shows the council the direct effects of adding these 4 positions now to your staffing complement. So if that can just show like this is what it costs. Show us these exact numbers if this gets approved, and then this is the overtime hours that everyone, and everything. I don't want to go into the HR consultation here in too much depth that we're doing right now, but I'd appreciate seeing that in a very simple format. And obviously, we've had quite a wholesome discussion about this, given the numbers that were shown to us for overtime. So. I just wanted to ask one further question. So this is a lot of positions, and just to give us an idea of, because this is new to you, this wasn't your proposal going into budget this year. So the 4 positions, would you be looking at a junior firefighter, or I don't know what they call them, but more junior in their career, or are you going to look for a spread of maybe more experienced or more skilled in certain areas? How would you approach this, as it is quite an influx to the department?
Through the mayor to Councillor Noyan. So it really depends on if we hire internally. So if we're hiring internally, whoever would be successful in that role, and whatever step they would be at in the CBA, that would be their wage just moved into a full-time position. If we went externally for any of the positions, then they would start at the entry level in the CBA, which is a 4th class firefighter rate, I believe. And they all have to meet the basic requirements that we have in the CBA, as well as our policies.
Okay, yeah, that's good enough, and gives me an idea of what we'll be seeing through your staffing level. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, I'm going to support the motion. I do appreciate the innovative way to look at the budget to find these mitigation strategies to support our fire department in this way. So I will support the motion. On round 2, going to Councillor Blizzard.
Just as we were talking, another question came into mind. So when we exceed our overtime budget, where does that money come from?
Ms. Hendrickson?
Essentially, it would come from the surplus or deficit at the end of the year. So if we run a surplus, that'll help offset. If we run a deficit, we pull in from FinStab.
Pull it from what?
From FinStab. Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve.
Okay. Would ultimately come from a reserve if necessary. I guess, that makes sense. And so either way, the overtime or cutting the overtime is a good thing no matter what. The surplus has been happening, so we need to cut it. And just going by the hiring, I know that's probably not our thing, but do you ever hire experienced firefighters that would not come in on the bottom of the pay grid? Because if I'm coming from somewhere, moved to Fort Saskatchewan, I've been a firefighter for 10 years. Does that happen or not so much?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard. So we currently don't do that. There are some other locals in the IFF that would bring you in at maybe a 1st class rate based on your years of service, but that's not in our CBA. So we recognize that you could maybe move faster as far as the courses we'd offer when you got hired. However, you still start at the 4th class rate with us.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Randhawa to close.
Yep. Thank you very much for everyone for the debate and questions. Just want to touch on a couple things. So I personally believe, and in my experience in forecasting large S&B budgets and so forth in my past career, we do budget very conservatively for our salary mitigation budget or budgeted vacancies. I am not concerned that changing 850,000, adding 200 more on that on a base of 32 million is going to result in risks going forward. I think it's very, very conservative the way we budget that. It's like a 2.5% open rate. It's minimal. Adding this, I think, is the right thing to do. There is room in these budgets, and the reason I know there's room in these budgets is because we keep talking about all these different budgets, whether they're overtime or so forth, and somehow they all kind of get funded even when they go over budgeted, and the actuals continue to get funded. So I think we need to start tightening up the budget. I think this is a great place to do it. This alone is going to save nearly 200,000 in overtime costs going forward, which is still taxpayer dollars. And it's just going to result in more support for our firefighters and fire department, which is also you can't put a dollar amount on that, but I think it's going to help a lot of the staff that we have there right now. And, you know, I expect this to work out. If it doesn't, you guys can hold me to account if our salaries kind of all go way over, but I think it's the right thing to do. What isn't the right thing to do is to continually underfund the fire department and have overtime budgets continue to go through the roof. Our taxpayers pay for overtime. We should try to limit overtime across all departments wherever we can. And I think this is just good budgeting, it's good accounting, and I'd hope to see your support.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. All right. Moving on, 260018, Community Peace Officer Traffic Enforcement. 22100, JRC Modernization Operating Impact.
Just a point of order, there's like 3 in 1.
There isn't 3 in 1. The childminding attendant is, I think, just an adjustment. It wasn't coming in as like a new position. So I was just reading out the actual new positions. Instructor guard casual was just an increase of hours. It's a 0.23. Do you want to discuss those smaller ones? No? Okay. Even 22100 is a smaller one. It's the operating impact from the JRC modernization. Is there anybody wishing to? No. All right. Corporate services. 12-0267, junior accountant. Councillor Andawa?
Yeah, I'd like to move to remove that one from the budget.
Okay, so we'll capture a motion to remove 12.0267, junior accountant, from the 2026 budget. While they get that up on the screen, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah.
And sorry, that is on page 12-7.
Nice. Good job on the pages. That was great.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I think we just have to start making some difficult decisions on how many FTEs we want to add to this budget, and I'll start the discussion here.
Anybody wishing to weigh in on junior accountant? Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I've looked at all of these positions in corporate services, and I think they're nice to have in a tough budget year. They're unfortunately expendable from that standpoint. I think we have significant staff resources existing. The question is, how do we use those, and how do we apply potentially new responsibilities to existing positions? At some point in time, you reach the critical mass of that, and you reach a breaking point. I'm not so sure we're there right now.
Thank you very much. I guess I would say I disagree. I think that with our what has been communicated to us through this budget process is the tremendous amount of growth pressure that I think most of our departments are under. You know, we're speaking about the junior accountant position right now, but I think when I look down this list of the 5 in corporate services, there isn't a single one that I'm prepared to sit here and say that isn't needed at this time. Our community is growing at quite a substantial rate, and I think Team Fort Sask needs the support, so I won't be supporting this motion. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I was reflecting back on the last 4 years, and Jeremy, maybe you could let me know have you in the last 4 years created a new accountant position in any capacity? I don't think you have, but I might be wrong about that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, the only position that we added was a 0.6 budget tech position in 2024. And that was basically to help out with the budget process, collaborating with departments and putting the budget document together.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Yeah, and just to comment then, I frankly struggle with this position, accounting is we don't want to start hearing from KPMG on about materiality if we do not have these resources in place. And I particularly think that I will consider the advice strongly of our finance department when they come forward with these positions, because they have been extremely thin on staffing requests, just from what I've seen in the last term of office, 4 years. So I'm quite reluctant to delete the junior accountant at this point.
Thank you very much. Not seeing anybody else. Councillor Ndowa, do you wish to close?
No, I'm okay.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Uh-oh.
I swayed you with my argument.
Well, it carried despite that. So the motion carried. 12.0275 asset management technician. Councillor Ketcher.
So I guess I have the question on this one, because this is another full-time position. My question had been before where it was funded out of, and it was out of a reserve. But I guess the question is, could this be done with a half-time position as opposed to another full-time position? That's a question that I have. Because we have one full-time one right now, correct? And this would be adding a second one.
Thank you. Through to Councillor Ketcher to the mayor, or sorry, pardon me, through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher. We currently have one full-time position, and then we have a full-time temporary position that would be ending in 2026. So this would be keeping us whole. That's why it's a recommendation that this be a full-time position. If we converted it to a part-time, we would be losing a half position for the program overall.
So, but I guess the question that I have on this is, we are only budgeting it to 2026, I think, to help the original full-time position. So what changed?
So thank you for the question. Initially, it was conceived as a temporary position to help with the implementation of PSD citywide, the asset management software, and updating all the assets in that software. Over the course of time, the program and the number of modules that we have implemented and the use of asset management strategies has grown in the city, just as we manage our assets and we find other opportunities to use that software. So perhaps what I can do is maybe invite Stuart Gerber to speak to some of the advantages of having the role, since he works very closely with that position.
Through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher, the position's really changed over the last year and a half since it was implemented. As it was mentioned, we're now supporting 4 applications. We've probably got, across the 4 applications, we're supporting over 200 of the employees right now in the application. Within the Fort report side of things, initial implementation in April, we had 80 employees trained internally to respond to service requests. We're now over 150 employees trained to do that. There's still a significant amount of data work to go on. There's still some more implementation that we have to do across operational departments. And we'd really like to get to the point where we're actually doing asset audits and going out into the field and checking, but I just don't see this as sustainable with a single or one and a half resources.
Okay, I'm fine with that answer. I'm not putting a motion on. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Stuart, you know, I've had a lot of experience with asset management programs. If we had a full asset management where we had all of our databases totally populated, everything's there, we're doing the normal annual kind of review, we're going out and doing inspections, you're testing those things. How close to being 100% full bore are we in relation to since when you first started?
Well, part of my challenge is when I first started, we were using two applications. There was Asset Manager and Maintenance Manager, and we were trying to implement both at the same time. So we were building our asset repository as well as trying to start bringing on the operational teams. And that was a struggle because I was going from Maintenance Manager 1 month to Asset Manager another month. Oh, I've got some data to clean up, so I'm losing a month of operational. And I'm not getting out in front of the organization. With bringing on the temporary resource, I'm in front of operations every morning at JAG. That's where I start my morning before I come to the office to make sure they're not having any problems, doing some more implementations, doing presentations, stuff like that, where a lot of the data control is being done by the technicians, because we're still getting a lot of requests for changing the classifications, they're having problems loading data, so we're supporting a lot of that stuff. So scaling it back, I really don't see it as an option. But to answer your question, I'm probably say about 50 to 60%. Our big goal for next year is to implement job costing as well with all the departments. So we're tracking all the vehicles assigned to tasks as well as parts and materials and their hours to a particular job within the system.
So there's obviously a distinction between pipes in the ground and our roads and that, as opposed to rolling stock, as opposed to buildings.
Correct.
What would you say is the asset class that we're probably the closest to full pool in relation to having reliable data that we can forecast going forward as to what our needs are in that regard?
Right now, I would say probably roads are probably the best.
Okay.
I discovered a collection issue with the water utilities, which I can sort out on my side. No fault of the business, they did it the way they meant to do it, but just trying to bring it in and link it to the TCA inventory. There were some records that matched, some that didn't, so we're having to look at potentially doing partial transfers from one asset to the several assets that are actually existing in the GIS. Okay,
just one final question. Relative to the new infrastructure that we inherit from developers, obviously the consulting engineers that ultimately are working on that, do they provide that information in a fairly seamless manner that integrates with our data context in a relatively seamless manner?
Well, in terms of contributed assets from new developments, we've been working with engineering as well to streamline the process.
Okay.
Because they get the original AutoCAD files, they populate some information in them, then they do an export, then work on 2 or 3 Excel sheets to get to the point where they can transfer it to finance for the TCA upload. We discovered that this process, but there's an application I can use to actually streamline that, so I can actually format the data the way it better from when it originally comes out of AutoCAD, and actually gives it back to engineering so they can put it into the new TCA upload sheet for introduction into citywide.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Wesley.
Hi, Stuart. I wonder if you maybe give me a little bit of guidance as to what would be the big advantages of being able to go out and do those asset audits that you mentioned.
To the mayor, to Councillor Wesley, it's really, on the scale that we're thinking, we'd love to go to the subdivision phase and actually go into, say, Windsor Point phase 1 and actually go through that area and look at the road markings, the street signs, where all the manholes are, and every asset that's in there, just to make sure that we do have the correct inventory. We have found that some contributive assets may not have been documented properly in the TCA repository. So it's just to do that and be able to go out in the field and verify that what we have in the system is what is there and that we do have all the TCA assets we're supposed to.
Awesome. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you very much. Not seeing anything. Moving on, Procurement Advisor 12.0305. Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, this one I struggle with, so I'd like to move to have this particular item 12-0305 struck. My rationale is, to me, as someone who teaches in decision sciences, of which includes supply chain management, of which procurement is part, this would be a task I think that is more appropriate to the people actually doing the purchasing, and I would rather see training for those folks in procurement to ensure that they use best practices. I think having an advisor, to quote my friend Councillor Harris, is a nice to have, but is probably not a necessary to have. And so that's just kind of my viewpoint. I think having an advisor is probably a lot of money that could be best spent elsewhere, both in training and in maybe helping our taxpayers out a little bit. That's it for me.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion. You've spoken to it. Does any other questions or debate? Not seeing any. Do you wish to close, Councillor Wesley?
No.
Okay.
Nope. No, have nothing further.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. That is carried. Moving along, 12.0308, Legal Resource and Contract Coordinator. Councillor Ketcher?
I will put the motion on to remove 12-308, Legal Resource and Contract Coordinator. Once again, in a year that we're struggling to find savings, I think we can maybe look more internally. I know there are contract service dollars that have been utilized and maybe can still be utilized. So unless I can see a real offset in this one, unfortunately, I can't support it for this year.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion. In speaking against it, I would say that in the presentation, our legal costs continue to climb and climb. So I believe that there is an offset to this in the potential savings for that moving forward. So I won't support the motion. Councillor Harris?
I, on the other hand, will support this. I think we have sufficient resources in our Legislative Services Office to look at a change in the way that is delivered. And I would look to administration to bring back some observations in that regard. But adding a separate position for that at this point in time, I think is a nice to have, but it's not crucial.
Councillor Randawa?
Just a question on this one. I'm leaning towards supporting it. I just want to refresh my memory. What impact does this have on our legal budget? And I want to say, Mr. Kaiser, you gave us some numbers last time. We're usually running over or tend to run, was it close to $300,000 a year, I want to say, but yeah.
Through the mayor to the councillor. Yes, you are correct. We continually run over the budgeted amount for legal counsel, external legal counsel. The budget in 2024 was $242,000 and we expended $301,000. The year prior it was budgeted at $192 and we expended $325. So we continually experience overruns in the budget, and this is a strategy to intercept those legal costs before we rely on external legal counsel.
Okay, that's totally fair, and I understand the world just gets more complex and we become a bigger organization, those costs grow. If this doesn't get approved, what are our other options? Will we just continue, I guess, with the overrun, I guess, for another year or two? Or are there any other, like, stopgap measures, let's say?
Sure. Through the mayor to the councillor, we have procured some new insurance coverages to try and address expanding, continually and growing legal costs. But we've been able to intervene with that insurance for a few legal matters, but there are some that you just simply can't get coverage for. Really, a little bit more internal expertise is, I think, the best strategy, hence the recommendation. Other than going to external legal counsel or going full in-house for that legal support, which would be a far more expensive proposition than this. I'm not quite sure what other strategies we could be using.
Okay, so there's nothing else you can come to council for that could, bridge the burden on your department, let's say, help?
At this time, no. No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Blizzard.
So if this does get taken out, I think for next year I'd like to just see more detailed justification for it, maybe with the expenses and what we could expect as decreased legal costs, because that would weigh against this ongoing, right? If we save money on the legal side. Yeah, I'm not sure about this, but I guess I got to make up my mind here shortly.
If through the mayor to the councillor, it is difficult to know what amount of legal costs would be offset with this position because the nature of the legal costs we encounter each year are a little bit different year over year. So for instance, if we have high profile union negotiations, our legal representation comes out of our legal budget. So this position wouldn't handle something like that, but the contract administration portion, which again varies from year to year, but they could help in that regard, and certain other matters because it would free up other internal resources. But it's hard to know, hence me not including that detail. I would hate to overpromise or give a hard number that we would be able to offset, when in reality I don't have a crystal ball and I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Nguyen.
This makes me think, because I was in support of this, Mr. Kaiser, you made a great case for it, and seeing what we're actually spending on legal is quite high. So it's very logical that you came up with this proposal. Would you be amenable to making this like a 1-year contract position or something? I know that has its own set of complexities, right? Doing something like that, but and then we can make an evaluation at the end of this year, because if we just approve it as it stands, right, we can't gauge it, and you can't project what's coming in 2026, and that's extremely understandable. So, from your position, is that something that you would be happier to see than going through with this motion?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we had considered having this be a term position, but getting the right person for the job with the right skill set. Sometimes you encounter difficulty getting that talent with temporary postings, without maybe some sort of expectation that it would turn into a permanent. So that's why strategically we made the decision to have this be an ongoing position.
Yeah, thank you for that response. I appreciate it, and I find it very difficult even how to think about this, because it's kind of an unknown numbers to numbers, and in a lot of ways. So I just had a question for administration as well. How many of these positions are we going to see in budget 2027? And I'm trying to look at them and think, yeah, okay, well, this 1 year from now, sitting here, I'll probably be in a different chair. But are we going to be reevaluating this? Because this is something I haven't done in a council aspect, flagging the entire thing and going through them like this. So what were your thoughts when you saw this flag and then the subsequent deletion of staffing positions?
So that's like the loadedest of loaded questions. But
I'm good at those. Okay.
I think like, I don't agree with flagging things before you've had them presented, but I think it's happened every year for the, I don't know, the last 7 or 8 years. So it's pretty well standard operating procedure for us. Will you see some of these positions next year? You might. Every year we sit down, usually the bulk of what decided to get goes in the budget probably happens between kind of March and June, where we have to figure out what's going in there, because we have to lock that thing down by the summer to get it ready for November. And if we sit down and still assess where we're at, we may still feel that it's worth. I mean, I'm not going to keep bringing something forward continuously if it keeps getting denied, but I do feel like I have a responsibility to tell council objectively what I see and what I think the organization needs. I would say, and I've said this to council before, that the central services departments play a critical role in supporting the frontline services and our customers. And we can't continually add roads operators and firefighters and police officers and ME officers and utility operators and recreation facilities and not bolster the support that they need to do their jobs from within. And we haven't been asking for a lot of positions like this over the last number of years. That's probably on me for maybe not identifying this sooner, but we do have to do that. And the other thing I would say is, when you look at the city's sort of our, I mean, I do stats on this once every few years, our staff to population ratio has been dropping. And that's not necessarily a bad thing if you can manage it, if you can capture capacities, if you can become more efficient. But the fact of the matter is, the staffing is not keeping up with the population growth. You would have needed to add about 13.5 FTEs into this budget based on a 4% population growth. And we didn't even bring in 13 that are sort of growth related, right? If I take out the mechanic one, because that's just switching from one thing to another and whatever, we're probably about 15% short of actually maintaining the staff to population ratio. Can you get away with that in a year? Sure you can. Can you get away with that for 10 years or 15 years? You really can't. So I hate doing it. I don't like coming in here. I know how these positions are perceived, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't sit here and tell you what I think we really need. So
yeah, I thank you for that overview, Troy, and the importance. I saw the corporate services ones as critical, and that's the way you're looking at our staffing as well, because we can't have fire guys if we can't sign a contract with them, right? So, given that context, I don't think I'm going to support removing this contract coordinator from the budget unless someone wants to amend it for a term position or something like that. I find this to be a fairly critical role and understand the importance of it. So from that standpoint, I'll end my speech there.
Councillor Harris.
Jeremy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but contract coordinator was previously provided by in-house resources. That individual subsequently retired, but she did that job for quite some time. And I'm not sure what the legal resource element of her job might have been, but that was within the allocation of resources in legislative services at one time. So you've taken and you've changed the way people do their work in your department, and I appreciate that. But ultimately speaking, the whole issue of contract coordination fell off the table in some regard. Now, I've had the opportunity to manage large legal budgets for several municipal corporations in the time that I was in administration, so I understand what that's all about. We cannot control litigation that comes up. We exist in a risk-oriented environment. We can be sued at the drop of a hat, and ultimately we cannot plan for that, other than the fact that if our risk management function is well coordinated, we ensure that our operating departments are as checked out and well resourced as they possibly can be. And that's about the only defense that we have to ensure that we don't do stupid things. And I think that the city does a lot of really good work in that regard. And I have to take my hats off to what I've seen in the administrative context since I've come back to the city. But in this case, it's a nice to have. Unfortunately, we have to have a legal budget that will go up and down depending on what's happening, what litigation is coming down our way from time to time. Contract coordination, I think that can be redefined within the context of people that are on staff at the present time. How you do that, I leave to your discretion. But creating a new position for that point right now in a tough budget year, I would have to say I'm not necessarily supportive of. It's nice to have, but I think it can be managed within the context of resources that we have at the present time.
Not
If
seeing anybody. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Geiser.
I suppose no. You can. I thought I may just respond to that. In that we do manage contracts in house right now. It's a responsibility of myself and then the senior legislative officer. But we find that we often have to triage the very frequent requests that we have to see if it's basically an emergency that we have to get after right now for some timely reason, or it's something that can wait. It's a volume problem. As the organization grows and as other departments have emerging needs, or even just things come up for renewal and we have to rethink our strategy with a certain agreement, whether it's a contracted service or space that we're leasing out. These are all things that draw on our resources as a department. So you're absolutely right that as a department director, it's up to me to resource these programs or services we offer. And that's why I'm recommending it, because myself and the senior legislative officer are running out of capacity. So I just thought I would explain that it is managed in-house. It's not something that's truly all farmed out, so to speak. But there's the need.
Jeremy, I totally understand that, and I think all of council understands that. It's a question of how can we do with what we've got? How can we do a better job without necessarily having to add a new position for that? And if it doesn't get approved this year, maybe it gets approved next year. I don't know. It has to be something that ultimately we grapple with as we go forward. But I certainly, as I said earlier, I certainly appreciate the job that everybody does in that regard, because that ultimately reduces the amount of litigation that we do experience if we do good jobs in risk management context. So,
not seeing anyone else wishing to weigh in. Councillor Ketcher on close.
Thank you. And I think some good points were made here, and I feel bad because every year he does come to us and ask for multiple positions, and it's up to council to go through them. I mean, I've always said before it would be easier just to say, well, I want X number of dollars and then I'll figure out what the priorities are, because at the end of the day, under the city manager bylaw, he can move these monies and positions around anywhere he wants. So if you pleaded your case to him, you might get him to switch one to another. But my point being on this one, to have a legal resource, they are so wide and broad. I don't see your contract dollars ever going down, because you're always going to need input on this or this or this. This person may be fine doing the contracts, the bylaws, and maybe some other legal documents, but Councillor Harris is correct. We used to have a person sitting in an office up there that was doing that before. So, I would want to probably have an assessment of your department done before I would vote to support this position, to see what people are doing, their time that's being spent to it, and if in fact there ever would be a savings in contract. Because I know we use a lot of legal because it's far past the purview of anybody, and it always will be. So I'll close with that.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is defeated. All right, we have one more. Are we okay to do the one more on this one and then take a break, or do you want to take a break now? We have one more. We'll see if somebody makes it. Okay. 12-0325, Health and Safety Coordinator. Anyone want to buzz in on that one? Not seeing any. I believe that's the last one on that list. If I have that correctly, I'm not seeing anyone disagree. It's 3:19. Can we take a break to 3:30 and then we'll come in back and finish the final few things, hopefully. Yeah, 2 items and then All right, welcome back. We are live. Moving down the list, we are going to 4.10, Access for Everyone program. Councillor Ketcher. I mean, if you want to just pass, we can be moved past this one. Do you have a motion on this one, or just questions, or anything?
I don't have a motion for it, but.
Oh, I apologize. You're not on there. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. For the 4.1, I actually don't have a motion for it, but I will probably do a notice of motion at our next meeting to have a further discussion about it, about what kind of rates or if there should be fees associated and partial fees. But I know everybody's getting tired and it's not going to make a huge difference in the grand scheme of things. So I'm not going to put a motion on today, but I may do a notice of motion to have a further discussion later.
Okay, and before you turn off your mic, you are also 4.12 strategic plan engagement. That's the last one on the list. Did you have anything further on that one?
I would have to find that one. Do we have a page number? That's what happens when you come late. The strategic plan one?
Yeah.
Do you have it handy?
No, I don't. But
Okay. Well, go ahead. You can make it.
All right, Councillor Nguyen would like to make a motion.
The page number is 15-5. I don't know if everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming.
18-5?
15-5?
15-5. It's in corporate comms 15-5.
Yeah. I'm just flipping to the page so I have the wording correct here right now. And this will maybe be the last motion before we consider a different one. So I'll make the motion that item 12-0295 strategic plan engagement be removed from the 2026 operating budget.
I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
I can say something briefly. The cost is very nominal to this initiative. I don't really have anything new besides what I've asked in the last or during the presentation. My thoughts are, and after reviewing the list of public engagement opportunities that residents are going to see in 2026, that an overarching strat plan related public engagement to get everybody's general view of the city has a breadth that is really beyond something that can be seen as critically value for strategic plan creation and strategic plan creation from a council perspective. So given the quantity of public engagements that we've seen in the last year or two, I do believe there is some fatigue when it comes to this, and it's not addressing one exact particular topic, which in my perspective is where the merits of public engagement are really seen.
Thank you. And for me, I would just say I agree with that, not because it makes any real difference in our budget. It's a reserve allocation and doesn't change that tax number. But I agree. We have a lot of public engagement in 2026, and I really do want people to pay attention and answer and make responses to those other ones. And so I think that the information that we have all gathered during the campaign and through our time in the community and on other terms of council will be valid going into our strategic plan. Councillor Randawa.
Yeah, I echo a lot of those comments. There's fatigue, I think, with residents about how many times we go out to them on various topics. It's tough to understand as a councillor how to separate the noise out from like the meat of the issue a lot of times. And we all just got elected. We all met a lot of residents across all of us here. I think the people entrusted us to kind of set out the vision of the city as the governing body, and I think we can go ahead and do that without this. With $25,000, I don't even know how effective it'll be for us to go out and get the engagement done. I think we as a body of 7 can do a good job with this strategic plan and continue to move forward.
Councillor Harris.
Absolutely. People elect us to make strategic decisions because they're busy in their lives and they want to do the things they want to do. They want to take Johnny and Billy to play hockey at the JRC or wherever they're playing hockey, and by and large, that's what they want us to do. And I think we've got a pretty good handle on really what the mood of the community is. As you said, we just came off an election. We had an opportunity to talk to a lot of people, and a lot of people ultimately chose not to vote for a particular reason. I do not believe that you didn't vote, you don't have a right to say. You do. And we have to listen. But in this context, I think we've got enough of an opportunity, the 7 of us, with the help of our administration and our senior advisors, to ultimately figure out what those strategic priorities should be. And many of them will probably continue on from what we currently have. And we'll tweak them, and we'll maybe add a few new ones. I don't know, but I think we can handle that ourselves. So removing this is just a prudent use of dollars.
Councillor Ketcher.
I'm just going to make a comment that communications does an amazing job. You just really do a great job. And I went back and Mr. Fleming sent out the My Fort, My City, My Say. And as I went through that, what it told me is everything that we've been doing, we're doing right. People say they love the community, they love the trails, they love West River's Edge, they love. And it was more like there really wasn't, other than saying, well, they wanted the pool, they wanted an arena. There's just a few things that they said they wanted, which were big items. But other than that, I really felt confident in that report that it does say we're doing the right things. And council is absolutely right. I think coming off the election campaign, we didn't hear too many complaints. I mean, making sure the pool got through and the fire hall got through, those seem to be the top 2. So I think at this point in time, we could probably take one step aside from that. But the My Fort, My Say was really good, and it really did engage people. But and they spoke so positively. So you did a great job on that one. But I'm not going to support doing the next one. Thanks.
Councillor Nguyen, anything on close? All right, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. All right, that is the end of our items listed on the agenda. There is the opportunity for further motions or information, questions, anything else that anyone has.
Do you want to do it? I just made a motion. You go.
Well, I think I have a
Hold
motion.
on. Go ahead, Councillor Blizzard.
I think I have a motion. Is there one prepared that our city manager was going to put forward?
What are you referring to? We've been pounding them out all day here.
It was the using the financial stabilization.
Right. Yeah. And then do you have an amount of money?
Well, I did, but I was kind of thinking, I think we've already got, I would say about $1.5 million.
Okay. And the, because I think, okay, we can do that.
Because that would bring it to, I'm going to say a little bit over the 1.8 total reduction, adding this in, which would be around 3%. The amount can be amended.
Can you just read that, Councillor Blizzard, and tell us if that hits the mark for yourself? If it does, you can read it in.
If it's okay by me, I guess that we can debate that or make an amendment if necessary. I make a motion that the 2026 operating budget be amended by applying a one-time transfer of 1.5 million from the financial stabilization and contingency reserve to the 2026 property tax increase. And in speaking to that, the intent of this is to I guess, lower the tax increase on our property taxes. And roughly, I'm guessing, we won't know the final amount, but it'll be probably a total with what we've already done around 3%, which is, I think, a little bit more bearable. It's still a little on the high side, but we do have a new pool coming and we will have further increases in the future with our fire station.
Thank you very much. I will start, I guess, because no one else has buzzed in yet. I will remain open to listening to the other members of council, but at this point, I feel like I would not support this motion. Essentially, what this motion says is that we're going to reduce the budget by $1.5 million, but we are going to still have all of the new expenditures in the budget. And so where does that leave us in 2027? Leaves us starting with $1.5 million that we have not funded. We still have to do another increase because of the pool next year, and we simply don't know what other things are on the horizon. And so I have a really hard time with just saying $1.5 million from the reserve, and we're going to figure that out next year when we don't have a crystal ball to know what that looks like. And I don't want to start again at 11% next year because we have to fund these somehow. So I'm having a really hard time with this, but I'll listen to the other thoughts around the room. Councillor Randawa.
Yeah, I share a lot of the thoughts from Mayor Macon. I guess and I understand the intent, I want to say, from Councillor Blizzard. I think the intent of the motion is definitely the right idea. We've had a long day, Mr. Fleming. We've debated a lot of things over 4 days. I struggle making this motion or voting on this motion at the end of a very long day, just without having administration's information, having all the numbers right in front of me. What does this do to our reserves? All that. Does administration have a recommendation on this? Would they have one if we tabled this to like the next meeting?
Through the mayor, I think tabling it to the next meeting is probably a prudent thing to do. The recommendation is to not do this, but it's council's purview in the end. So, of course, we're here to help get the motion up and everything, but this is not a very complex decision. You're really just taking about 2.3% of a property tax increase and passing it to next year. I mean, that's a net effect of this. So you'll take this year's property tax increase somewhere down to 7.5-ish. And there'll be, if you include road rehab, there's probably about 3% that's moving from this year into next year.
Okay, I will pause tabling this until I hear all my other colleagues and so forth.
Councillor Blizzard, you made the motion, right? So I'm going to go to.
Make a comment.
Okay.
It's not to close.
Yeah, fair. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that one of the reasons for this is that we are looking at a $5 million-ish surplus for 2025, and a considerable amount of that would probably go back into this reserve. So we're not really lowering the reserve. We will temporarily, but it will go up again. And I guess that's my only comment.
Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, and that was going to be one of my comments too, is this year we have $5 million surplus that we could ease the burden for taxpayers. And I think it is prudent to do that. We have been hit with some issues from the provincial government, no question, but we do have an opportunity to smooth those over 2 or 3 years. And I think that's our job. As I've said before, People are struggling. We want to give some things away, but on the other hand, then we want to increase your taxes by 10%. For us, that's probably about $360. And then the education tax on top of that, then there's that goes on. And people aren't educated about that. And I'm not worried about the education tax side of it. But when we have those sorts of dollars coming or surpluses coming in, that does afford us the opportunity to do some smoothing. And that's all this is. We look at next year's budget after we know what our revenues are going to be. I mean, all of a sudden we're going to start, I'm not sure what year it's going to be, all of a sudden with these incentive grants as they start coming to fruition where we start getting 20%, that's going to make a huge difference as well. And that's going to afford us the opportunity to actually build some of these up. So I think, you know, when I'm talking to people in the grocery store, I can look them in the eye and say, yeah, maybe 6, maybe 7. But if I'm telling them 10 or 12%, I'm not going grocery shopping anymore. So that's just one thing we got to think about.
Councillor Nguyen.
For me, I struggle with this type of motion where we can. I know I was going to read this motion in actually for context. So, but I struggle with saying let's put our stabilization reserve, which is very generalist reserve, and against property tax increase. What I was prepared to do earlier is because we've seen the ATE being revenue taken from the ability of a municipality to gain revenues, that, and we've seen that being smoothed last year through what we called an omnibus motion, which addressed a few larger factors of tax increase contributors. I was going to take part of what we've seen as a one-time surplus through revenues in planning, for example, and apply that directly toward ATE. And from my position, it is prudent is a great word, but it's also more diligent in being able to ascertain that we are doing this to mitigate property tax increases over 2 or 3 years through this methodology. And so I would rather vote down this motion right now and be able to have a better analysis of, instead of just leaving it as a blanket statement to administration of how to make this application of $1 million that's in front of us, that if we want to achieve this, we allocate it to specific programs that are causing the need for residential tax increase. So I'm actually going to vote against this for that reason, and I think it would be a great idea if we can pull out the items, the budgetary proposal items that can be addressed through funding. And I know we're doing that to a certain extent. It's a different way of doing a similar thing, but I would really like to see that so we have a handle on where it's going, why it's going there, and what it's going to do. Because, for example, the ATE thing is basically 2 years out of being eliminated from the budget. So then next year we can say, okay, we're going to be doing that again or not, based on the numbers that were being shown in the overall operating budget. So that's where I stand at this moment.
Councillor Harris.
Mr. Fleming, the financial stabilization contingency reserve currently stands at what amount?
Maybe I'll get help from my friend.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, we're forecasting the reserve, the financial stabilization and contingency reserve, to be $11.4 million at the end of 2026 with the budget decisions that have been made.
Okay, so 11.4, and for public edification, this is previous surpluses from previous operating and capital budgets. Would that be a fair assessment, the primary source and funding of that particular reserve?
That is correct.
So that's tax dollars that have been collected in the past that weren't expended and were put in the rainy day fund. Is that what the purpose of the reserve is?
The reserve is to help mitigate unforeseen circumstances.
Right, right. Well, I can't necessarily say this is not an unforeseen circumstance. This is just life. This is life in a province with a government that's unique, to say the least, and making decisions that ultimately have come back in a negative context on the city of Fort Saskatchewan, for example, the ET decision. But that's their purview to make. So we've got, did you say $11 million? Okay, so it's a rainy day fund. I think the rainy day fund has come here. Do I want to see it rain going on and on and on and on? No, I don't. But I support doing this because I think ultimately getting our tax increase to a reasonable level is not an untoward thing in a period where it is financially challenging for all of our residents in the community. It's $1.5 million. That's a small amount out of an $11 million reserve. And we're going to be getting an additional $5 million potential added to it from the surplus from this year. So I don't think we're drawing it down in an unreasonable manner, and I would urge all members of council to consider this to smooth the tax increase for this year. 9% is still a lot of money, and there's still going to be a lot of angst in our community about that. We should have done better, a lot of people will say. I think we've got a lot of reasons why we couldn't. And we sat around here today and we looked at positions, said, no, we need that. We don't need this. We don't. I mean, that's just the nature of it. And we're a growing community. And we are going to continue to see challenges. And this council over the next 4 years will have to grapple with that. And we still, we fortunately have a reserve that if we had to, we could. But I don't necessarily want to see that continue. But this year, I think it makes eminently good sense to do that. And I hope when the press picks this up, they pick it up in the context that we've done a pretty good job of addressing growth and demand for new facilities and services in our community, and the quality of life that we deliver to our residents is significant, and there is a cost associated with that. So I see this as a reasonable decision to help to offset some of that cost increase in taxes for this year. And I would urge the other members of council to look at it in the same context.
Councillor Randawa.
Yeah, a question to administration. I wasn't here for last budget. How much did council defer from that budget to this budget?
Through the mayor, I can't remember the exact number, but I thought it was somewhere between 3 and 4%. I brought it in at 11 something, and it ended up at 5 something. Actually, so it'd be more like 5 or 6% that we kick forward. So
okay, and by doing this, what happens? Like, we've deferred some from previous year to this year. We'll now defer $1.5 million from this year to next year.
yeah, so by my, I don't know, I was speaking in the language of percents because that tends to be how we talk around here at this time of year. So this would take about 2.5%. And then if you assume that the road rehab funding that was removed is going to need to come back, so that program doesn't fall behind, that could represent, or we just leave the program at a lower funding level, but that could represent about 3% there that's being carried forward. And then the pool's going to need about 3.5% next year for its $2 million. So that's 6.5%. And then if you assume inflation is 3 or 4%, next year's property tax increase, it wouldn't surprise me if it's somewhere in the 9 or 10% range based on those things I just mentioned.
Got you. Thank you for that. I think that's the reason I can't support this, because this does not solve the underlying problem, which is we continue to want to spend a lot of money, but we don't want to have all the difficult decisions on what not to spend for. The previous council deferred millions to this year. We're now going to take money out of a currently underfunded as of the T2 Financial Stabilization Reserve to smooth it out for another year. I don't believe this is the correct course of action. I'd rather sit there for a couple more days and go through the budget rather than trying to finish the budget now at the last hour. I don't think this is good accounting. I don't believe using this to smooth over things, whether it's ATE, for example, is a valid rationale. I think I sat in this chair 10, 12 years ago and said ATE isn't going to be here always. We should not have $3 million in operating. And I want to say at that time, a lot of people laughed at me, and we're still here dealing with that same hole in our budgets. So I can't believe this is the right course of action. We have an administration that says this is not the right thing either. Do I think the current tax increase is the correct number? No. But I'm happy to sit here and go through the budget in more detail to find what we want to find rather than just arbitrarily using a number on the top and just bringing it down from financial stabilization. Because we'll be sitting here in 12 months looking at another double-digit tax increase, and we will still have no solutions offered on how to bring that down. And we can't continually go to reserves to do that. So I'm all ears of how we can bring it down, but we can't just pick a number.
Councillor Ketcher.
So I'm just going to make the comment that we've gone through the budget. We've gone through it for 4 days, throwing lots of different ideas out there. And unless you're going to take something out of 300,000, 500,000, or $1 million, I'm not sure we're going to find those. I really don't. And if you've got those suggestions, I would love to know what it is to find $1.5 million to shave that down without touching staff, which we just already said we're very limiting touching that. You know, I always say we don't have a revenue problem. We have good revenues that come in. We do have a little bit of a spending problem, though. And when it comes to saying, well, we're growing at this percent, so we grow at 4%, so now I need 10 or 11 staff, and I need this and I need that. One really has to do an analysis to say, well, you know, what's growth costing us then? And we are growing, but we really have to analyze and say, okay, where is the best use of our dollars for what we're utilizing? And I don't think we've actually done that in a while. So, but I think this is a good way to smooth this for this time. I think we need to really stop and take a look. I agree, we need to look at our spending. But unless we can get into the nuts and bolts of it, it's not going to happen. So for me, I think this, you know, we need to try and help people out somewhat. And by saying, well, we got a $5 million surplus, and it's going to make our reserve maybe $16 million. That's great for the city. But when you're trying to pay your rent, buy groceries, think about putting your kids in a program, then and we're saying, well, I'm going to take an extra $360. And I know that doesn't sound like much when you divide it over 12 months, but nickels and dimes and dollars, they add up, and people are looking for some compassion here, that we're not hitting them with $360 to $1,000 increase. And if you live in certain areas, you're going to have $1,000 increase on your taxes. So just things to think about.
Thank you. So for me, when I'm looking at this budget, if you take out the pool, which is supported by the community, if you take out the ATE, that wasn't our decision, what are you left with? 4.5. Right? And then a lot of the positions, a lot of the money in this budget is growth pressures. They are simply things that exist. I don't think that we have a spending problem, because I think that this budget is very much based on our growth, based on what community has asked for, and also some things that we don't control. And the cost is simply the cost. And I'll say it again, just arbitrarily taking $1.5 million out, but moving ahead with everything that we wanted to do this year, I just don't think is responsible. I said it last year, and I'll say it again this year. So I would rather us pass a budget that is indicative of the actual cost of running this city, to look forward to some more normal increases in the future years, because this simply is, I think, a lot representative of what we did in previous years. And it is hard. And I said that through the campaign. It is going to be a hard year. And I just, I'm with Councillor Randawa in that, yes, maybe we can find some specific things in the budget that we want to cut. And if this, whether this goes, if this, I shouldn't say if it goes through, then we won't have any need to. But if it doesn't go through, then we can always schedule another morning and look at some things. But I would rather say, hey, this is what we're going to do with ATE. Let's spread it out over another year or another two and reduce it by that than just to arbitrarily take it out of reserve like this with no plan. I just can't support that. So those are my final comments on that. Councillor Harris.
Fundamentally, there are only two ways to reduce taxes. You either increase fees or you cut expenses. And to cut expenses, you have to reduce services. And I had a number of people during the election who posed that to me. Well, what, taxes and whatnot. And I said, well, what services are you prepared to do with less of? And the answer is, well, really, that's your problem, and it is our problem. But those are the fundamental things. You were going to roll up your sleeves during the election campaign to look at cutting taxes, Arjun, and I appreciate that. I think we're all here sitting trying to do the same thing. And ultimately speaking, to be able to achieve that without using a resource that we have, which has been accumulated through surplus over a number of years to offset and cushion, we could continue to do that for the next 3.5, 4 years very easily and use that contingency reserve. Do we want to draw it down to nothing? I wouldn't want to draw it down to nothing, but in a period of this experience that we're having with growth and with some of the challenges that people want us to undertake in terms of building an aquatic facility, and the next major one is going to be a new arena. And are we prepared to say to people, nope, can't afford that? So I see this as a rational thing to do at this point in time. We're still leaving the balance in this reserve at, even if we take $1.5 million out at just a shade under 10 million, we're going to add 5 million to it in the surplus from this year. I'd say we've still got a pretty good rainy day account in our back pocket. And I really think, unless we're prepared, if you want to sit down and look at cutting services, which I don't think is the right thing to do, quite frankly, because I think we have a good suite of services and a good quality of services that people in our community have come to expect. Now we could say to the residents, well, okay, well, what do you want to do with less of, so that we can reduce that cost? And the reality is, we just said we weren't going to go out to the public to talk about strategic priorities because we wouldn't get anything back from them, because everybody likes things the way they are, unless they've got a pet peeve about this or that or whatnot. But by and large, you're not going to get much from the public, other than they're going to be really ticked off about a 9% or more increase in taxes this year. And then it'll be the same thing next year. And we may have to do exactly the same thing next year unless we're prepared to roll up our sleeves and actually reduce services or increase fees to generate new revenue. And I don't see that happening with this mindset if this is where council is coming from. We have an opportunity to deal with it right now, right here. I say, let's do it, and then start the discussion strategically as to what we're going to do going forward. So that's my point of view on this.
I'm going to go to Councillor Wesley, as he hasn't chimed in yet.
Yeah, I wonder if, no, thank you. I wonder if I can get maybe a little bit of context for how big is our fiscal stabilization fund typically? What I know it's at a little under 12 million now, but what's the usual level, or what's been the level last few years?
Through to the mayor, to Councillor Wesley, the amount has been around the $11-12 million range. We kind of typically want to keep about 2 months worth of our operating expenditures budget as a contingency for anything that's in real need.
Okay. I have to admit this is a tricky one from my perspective. Not to look for any sympathy, but being elected about an hour and a half ago, and then being sort of thrust into this tricky situation, and I am stuck in the position where do I come in really fresh out and sort of clobber taxpayers with a big 9.5% hit, or do I kind of cushion the pain a little bit and then learn a little bit more about the budget and like Councillor Harris was saying, roll up your sleeves and kind of go through it. And I think Councillor Randall echoed the same sentiment. So I'm inclined to, although I don't like one-time transfers like this and this kind of thing, I'm inclined to support it. Just so that we can take a little bit of time to go through what is it as we as a council see as the priorities that our residents want, and then maybe take a little bit of time before we maybe hit them so hard, because it is a tough time for all of them. Their real after-tax earnings are not increasing, so I'm kind of tilting towards saying yes to this one. Thank you.
All right, not seeing anyone else. Councillor Blizzard on close.
I guess the only thing I want to say is, we're looking at a $5 million surplus, and I get that it's not all, in essence, taxpayer funded. We had some big permits in the planning department, but ultimately it is taxpayer funded because that was over collected. And I guess, in a sense, this is a rebate of some of those taxes. This is money that we didn't really need to collect. So it's going into a surplus fund when we know the exact number. So we're just using some of this ahead and softening it. I get it. We're pushing it forward because it's a one-time thing. But we'll deal with that next year, because every year things look different. We do have new industries coming in, and we will be collecting money from some of those. So let's look at that next year.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that motion is carried. Okay. So I believe that with this motion and its positive results, I'll look to other members of council, but I don't believe we need another day to debate budgets. No? It would just come back on December 9th.
Yeah, so we're going to have an opportunity.
Do you want to put on your mic? Sorry.
Just so the public knows, we're going to have an opportunity to consider this in context on December the 9th when we give it the final blessing.
Correct.
And so it's not over until it's over, but I see this as a deliberative process. We've gotten to a point through, I think, a lot of hard work, and maybe we got a little bit more to do, and I would welcome the discussion on December the 8th, as I'm sure we all would. And we've gotten to where we are. Let's move forward and see where we end up. Okay.
All right. So budget does get debated again on December 9th. Mr. Fleming, any idea where we sit with that last motion or financial services? Anyone want to take a crack at what that number might look like today?
To the mayor, minus 7.42%, but that's, I don't know if finance has a different number.
That's pretty close.
Oh, right on. My calculations are good. 7.42%. I would also remind council, and Councillor Catcher pointed this out to me on the break, that this is like an interim approval as well, right? So you consider it on December 9th, comes back in April, we have better sense for revenues and whatnot. So it's actually twice more that council will consider this. So
absolutely. Anything else for no more comments? I will call the meeting closed at 4:09.